Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. We're going to call order to the meeting here at 9:30. Attendance is everybody's here in person, which is fantastic, and I'd ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. I will note that based on some time-specific items this morning, we're going to kind of have to reorder a few things, so we will try to move through this as efficiently as possible until the 10 a.m. start and then the public hearing at 10:30. So I'd ask for an adoption. Thank you, Mr. McKay. Oh, okay.
I'm just waiting for it to come up, Renee. Yeah, that the March 17th, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. We can go to a vote. Wonderful. That motion passed unanimously. I'd ask for a motion for the consent agenda as well. Councilor Romansky, thank you.
That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1 regular council meeting minutes of March 3rd, 2026.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. And that motion passed unanimously as well. Perfect. So we will move to 9.2. And I would invite through Mr. Fletcher for the presentation regarding the downtown business improvement area bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to turn it right over to our Director of Economic Development, Mike Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Good morning, members of council. We're here before you this morning to provide a proposed amendment to the business improvement area bylaw. Joining me this morning and providing the presentation is Jared Houston, Manager, Business Retention and Expansion. And with that, I'll pass the floor to Mr. Houston.
Just wait for my presentation to load. Should already be sharing.
Apologies, Your Worship. We need a minute here, just some technical difficulties.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Should be here. I had it. I don't know where it is now.
So maybe as opposed to the awkward silence, I'll just talk, Mayor, if that's okay, and just frame the approach to the business association. There's kind of three muscle movements you're going to see over the next couple of weeks. Two of them key ones today, and then a further one coming up. And so what you're going to see this morning is the foundational bylaw, the bylaw that effectively creates and enables the downtown business improvement area, right? And then the related association. And so there's some, this has been closing in on 2 years now. And so there's some changes, some evolutionary changes that we're proposing making to the bylaw. And that's what you're going to hear about the team right now. Later on, you'll hear from the Downtown Business Association proper, and they'll present their budget and their board and essentially, make their pitch for what they need in order to continue their efforts to improve the downtown more holistically. Providing that's approved by council, because council approves both the budget ultimately and the board composition. Then there'll be another ensuing engagement where the actual tax bylaw, right, comes forward to allow the collection of the money required in the downtown business improvement area to fund the budget as approved and as submitted. So those are three related but distinct muscle movements. And I don't know if I've talked long enough yet, but I think we're getting close. So just wanted to frame the expectation on what you're going to see today and then in a future meeting.
My apologies. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor Olivieri and members of council. Today we are presenting amendments to the Downtown Business Improvement Area bylaw to strengthen governance clarity, reporting expectations, and funding disbursement timing. I'll briefly walk through some background of the BIA, the opportunities we've identified after the first 2 years of operation, and the amendments being recommended. The Business Improvement Area, or BIA, is the legislative district created by council established in September of 2023 under the Municipal Government Act, which allows a special tax to be collected from businesses within a defined area to support local economic development and revitalization. The Downtown Business Association, or DBA, is the independent nonprofit organization made up of volunteers from those businesses that administer the BIA, managing the funds and programs on behalf of members within the area. Their first year of operation in 2024 focused on setting up the organization through registration, banking, and developing their strategic plan. Under provincial legislation and the Downtown BIA bylaw, the DBA submits its proposed board and operating budget to council annually for approval. Through the first 2 years of operating the BIA, administration and the DBA have identified a few areas where the bylaw administrative processes could be clearer. These primarily relate to governance roles, funding processes, and reporting expectations. For example, as the DBA board evolved, members at large were introduced to support programming and initiatives. While this had been beneficial, the distinction between voting directors and those participating in a supporting capacity has not always been clearly defined within the bylaw. Similarly, some administrative processes, such as funding disbursements and reporting timelines, have relied more on coordination between the city and the DBA rather than clearly defined structures. These are typical learnings for a newly established business improvement area, and they provide an opportunity to refine the framework supporting the organization moving forward. Based on those learnings, administration worked with the DBA to identify practical improvements that could be reflected in the bylaw. One example is clarifying governance roles by formally recognizing non-voting members at large. This allows the DBA to continue benefiting from volunteer support while clearly distinguishing voting director responsibilities. The amendments also introduced a more defined administrative processes, including a consistent funding structure and clearer reporting timelines. In addition, administration has worked with the DBA to develop governance tools, such as a nomination template to support clearer documentation and board succession practices. Overall, these changes are intended to provide a more structured framework while continuing to support the DBA as a volunteer-led organization. From a financial perspective, the BIA operates through a combination of revenue sources. The first is the BIA tax, which is collected from businesses within the improvement area through the city's taxation system. Over 110 businesses reside within the BIA boundaries. The tax amount is set at a flat minimum rate of $200 per business. Administration's role in this process is primarily to collect the tax through the municipal tax processes and transfer the approved funds to the DBA in accordance with the bylaw and council direction. The second source is matching funding for the city, which council approved through policy motion PM 2406 to support the BIA during the initial years of operation. 2026 is the third and final year of those approved matching funds. These funds were intended to support initial setup and operating costs, as the minimal $200 tax is relatively small when compared to other business improvement areas associations within the region. The third component is a carry forward funding from previous years. Unspent funds can be important as they may be carried forward to support cash flow between budget cycles and enable longer-term planning. Administration has also identified an opportunity to improve clarity around the timing of funding disbursements and reporting requirements. Currently, the Municipal Government Act Business Improvement Area Regulations allows the municipality to make the payments in a method agreed upon with the board to initiate payments. Payments are issued based on the request from the board, as there is no defined recurring payment schedule in place. Establishing a consistent funding schedule will provide clarity and create a predictable process agreed upon both the city and the board. The proposed amendment establishes a defined structure where 50% of the municipal funding is issued following council approval of the budget, and the remaining 50% is issued once the annual report and financial statements of the most recent financial year end have been submitted and approved. This approach provides predictable operating funds for the DBA while also ensuring reporting requirements are met. The amendment also establishes a clearer reporting timeline by setting a 6-month reporting window following the DBA's financial year end or at the time specified by council. Another area administration has been monitoring is compliance with the payment of the BIA tax. Over the past 2 years, compliance has been approximately 60%, which is much lower than what we see in many other municipalities with business improvement areas. Under current legislation, the city is still required to remit the approved funding to the DBA regardless of the tax collection performance. The portion of the tax that is not paid by businesses in the BIA is paid for by the city. As a result, over the last 2 years, the city has incurred additional expenditures of just over $19,000. Administration and DBA have taken several steps to improve communication around the BIA tax, including attending monthly board meetings, participating in the AGM, and communicating directly with businesses when questions arise. We also developed a Welcome to the BIA package to help new and existing businesses better understand the purposes of the tax and how it supports downtown initiatives. To help improve compliance, administration will be bringing forward a separate amendment through the BIA tax rate bylaw that proposes a $100 late penalty for unpaid BIA levies. Additionally, administration has the ability to use provisions within the business license bylaw, permitting the city to not renew a business license if a business fails to comply with the BIA tax rate bylaw. This would be used as a last resort, as administration will focus on proactive communication and ensuring businesses comply with the BIA tax bylaw. That recommendation will be presented to Council following approval of the 2026 board and budget as legislatively required. Based on the first 2 years of operating experience, opportunities have been identified to improve clarity and consistency in governing bylaw. Administration and the DBA have worked collaboratively to identify practical improvements to governance and administrative processes, and these amendments help ensure the BIA framework remains transparent, predictable, and sustainable as an organization continues to mature. As such, administration recommends the motion as shown within the presentation. An alternative would be for council to maintain the existing bylaw structure and not proceed with proposed amendments. Under this approach, the BIA would continue operating under the current framework. However, the areas identified over the past 2 years, including governance documentation, funding processes, and reporting timelines, would remain less defined. This may continue to require more coordination between administration and the DBA and could create additional administrative pressures for what is primarily a volunteer-led organization. We are open to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd open it up to questions from council. Councilor Bermanski?
Thank you. Through the mayor to administration, do you have any feedback of why certain businesses are not wanting to contribute to the association?
Through the chair to Councilor Bermanski, unfortunately, we don't. We don't have a good sense of why. Administration has provided additional communication, and we're still finding that the compliance rate is low.
Okay. And then the carry forward, was there any feedback of why all the funds weren't needed for the previous couple of years?
Yeah, Mr. Houston, did you want to speak to that one?
I can't say that we can talk to that. Elena, with the vice president of the DBA, will be presenting next and might have more context in regards to the funds spend.
Okay. So right now, there's not that type of communication to administration then?
There is communication. We have conversations. We met back in December, went through their 2025 financials and helped support present or create the 2026. But the actual operating barriers that they run into or strategic plans that they've had, we can't speak on their behalf.
Okay, my last question. Do you know the downtown vacancy rate currently? Business vacancy rate?
Through the chair to Councilor Bermanski, not off the top of my head, I seem to recall it being somewhere around 8%, 9%, somewhere in that range.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Clark?
Thank you, through the mayor. My question is a little granular, but given that the city is providing funds for the BIA, is there another governing document that is a little more granular that ultimately says who's got signing authority, who's signing the checks, that kind of thing? Or is that should that be encompassed within this bylaw?
It's not something that's currently being proposed within the bylaw amendments, but we have the ability through that bylaw to add additional regulations or requirements of the business improvement area. A lot of the regulations in there, there is legislation that sort of dictates to municipalities what we can and can't control. But this is really the intention behind bringing forward these amendments, is to try to improve some of those governance pieces for the DBA and the business improvement area.
Yeah, and maybe I could just sort of follow on that theme. So from a city disbursement perspective, right, we collect where the flow through and the disbursements, like that is absolutely governed by our internal processes and documentation. We don't want to constrain the BIA's ability, sorry, not the DBA's ability, right, to structure their board. And as approved by council, council has that opportunity to approve the board at the end of the day. And so I think it's that back end reporting on how things worked, right? That's what this addresses. And so I think it achieves a good balance between ensuring our fiduciary and fiscal responsibility and providing the opportunity for the Downtown Business Association to structure and ensure their priorities are met, right, through their processes. I would not recommend turning this document into a detailed fiduciary or a detailed list of how to spend money, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't want to, I don't want to get that granular, but I think from a volunteer perspective, just to have the protections of everyone that's involved, it may be something that the business improvement ultimately wants to look at from a bylaw perspective to protect themselves.
Yeah, and I think that would be a terrific question for the representative of the BIA in terms of their comfort level and how they approach things when it's their turn to speak, Councillor. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. I'll move it to Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe in response and maybe to help administration with one of the questions by Councillor Bermansky, it clearly states on page 191 of our package in the first paragraph that the city transferred $24,000 in December, which amounted to a large carry forward. So maybe that might explain why their carry forward was a little bit and their financial documents were a little bit different in relation to reporting this period. And my understanding is when we established the BIA and the Downtown Business Association, they provide the granularity as required inside their documents where they formed the Downtown Business Association, and included in our package is quite a bit of material as to who's on the board, who's involved with the finances. So unless I'm wrong on that. So it's more of a comment than a question, unless I'm wrong. I guess I'm not. Please mark this down as a first.
If you'd like, Mr. Mayor, I can maybe speak to that item.
Please do, yeah.
Yeah, so Councillor Mackay, you are correct in that there was a late payment transfer, and that's really one of the rationales for why we wanted to provide some more clarity around the timing of those payments, is to sort of prevent some of those things from occurring again. And then just the clarity around the governance piece. Who are the actual board of directors? Who are the officers within the association who do have those levels of authority? So thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions. Now this is where we kind of jump over. So maybe we pause. Should we, Marta, maybe pause till 10 or?
So there are 4 motions requested of council to approve the amendments to the BIA bylaw. So
Okay.
I would recommend concluding this item.
Okay.
And then we can, depending on the time, either go to the time specific 10 a.m. item or pause or something similar. I do understand Elena Brown is also here. She is going to be speaking at item 10.1 on the agenda, which is the presentation of the BIA board and budget. However, if there are questions of her now, there might also be an opportunity for that. But I do recommend wrapping up the motions on this item before we move on to anything else.
Okay, so we'll wrap this up and we'll move it. Councillor Hughes, thank you. She'll.
Okay, this is nice and short. The bylaw 16/2026 be read a first time.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Hughes?
Yep, the bylaw 16/2026 be read a second time.
Don't believe there's any questions for Min, so we can go to vote. Wonderful, that motion passed unanimously. I believe now we go to, we need unanimous consent to go to, Councillor Mackay.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 16/2026.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote for that. We're waiting for. There we go. That motion passed unanimously. And Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I'll just say something briefly after this, that bylaw 16/2026 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote.
Actually, Mayor, can I just, one thing?
Oh, sure.
I just wanted to acknowledge this is a work in progress. There's always growing pains as these things get started and trying to just refine it to figure out what we learned. So what I do appreciate is that we're actually coming forward with these bylaw amendments because this is, how do we tweak it so that this association is more successful? And just to learn from what we're going forward with. So all of this, I think, it's all good news in that it's now in its third year going into it. We're now, it's the hardest part is the first couple of years. So I appreciate everything that's been going forward, and I appreciate the fact that it's a better chance of success as we continue to refine this and allow the organization to continue. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. And that passed unanimously as well. Thank you. Okay, next, Councillor Hughes. Oh, sorry, I thought you did.
We're not going to get to yours right now, Mike. 10.1 later.
Yeah, Mayor, up to you, but I think we're 7 or 8 minutes out. I'd recommend that we not start a new agenda
No.
item from an
Yeah,
administrative
we'll
perspective.
pause till 10 a.m. Thank you. We're gonna get going here now at 10 a.m. Thank you very much. We're gonna move. Thank you. We're gonna move now, pardon me, to our time specific at 10 a.m., which is our Community Service Advisory Committee 2025 Annual Report. I believe this is coming online to us through Ms. Cartwright. Thank you very much. Pardon me, Mr.
Apologies, council, just bear with us for a moment.
Kelly, can you just turn on your video and unmute yourself and we can get into your presentation?
Hi there. Sorry about that.
Oh, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much. Please, we'll cede the floor to you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There should be a presentation that Elisa should be able to put up, I believe.
All right.
Just give us a minute
Yeah.
there, Kelly. Yep, it's just
Start it
coming
now.
up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you, Council, for inviting me here today on behalf of the Community Services Advisory Committee, just to give you guys, give you all an overview of, what we do and our year and I guess our value to Council. So just go to the next slide, please. So our purpose is just to advise Council on the city's community needs, and then to recommend policies and the provision of grants just to respond to those needs. We also review and provide approval and recommendation to Council on select civic grants as well. And so then the next slide, so some of our highlights in 2025, we had a pretty busy schedule, included reviewing and approving the community events grant in the spring and fall intakes, as well as the review and recommendation for the community capital grant program and the outside agency operating grant program. And then in addition to that, the community capital policy was reviewed just with respect to the eligible project types. As well, the Family and Community Support Services Program funding requests and we made out recommendations on allocation for that to Council. And then we also reviewed the Council policy for the community vision and pillars of sustainability policy. So in 2025, the CSAC was proud to support local agencies and events and initiatives in 2025. We were able to provide $655,000 to outside agencies, $81,000 or $82,100 for the community events, and then $412,639 for community capital grants. So just looking at that a little bit closer, you can see there was 9 recipients here for the outside agency operating grant. Ranging from about $270,000 to just about $6,000, depending on the grant application. This is for annual operating expenses for not-for-profit agencies for things like staffing, facility costs, and these are for organizations that offer recreation, cultures, or social support and address the basic needs and improve community connection and social connection within St. Albert. Then the community events grant. So this is funding again for not-for-profits to help cover expenses associated with a specific community event, which might be a sporting event, cultural festival, service, or just a recreation activity for St. Albert residents. So 11 organizations or 11 grants were given for just over 82,000. You can see the 11 recipients here. So the community capital grant allocation. So this is for eligible capital projects. Again, for not-for-profits within the community, for recreational, cultural, and social services. So 5 organizations received it, and you can see that, this year, or 2025, was the year of the playground. The next thing is the FCSS program funding allocation. So this is a partnership between municipalities and the province of Alberta to deliver preventative social service programs at the community level. Funded projects must align with the 5 core values in the city's social master plan and focus on strengthening individuals, families, and communities to promote well-being and reduce vulnerabilities. And so there were 9 recipients receiving just over 633,000. One of the other things we do is review nominations for the Community Recognition Program. So there are 7 categories. CSAC reviews 5 of those categories, with the Environmental Advisory Committee reviewing the Environmental Stewardship category, and then the Chamber of Commerce reviewing the Pillars of Business category. So successful recipients are joined by council, administration, and friends and family in September at the Community Recognition Garden, where they receive a keepsake and then have their names permanently carved into the garden's recognition. And then just kind of an overview for 2026. So, more things may be added as the year goes on, but this gives kind of a general idea. In January, it's just a very simple orientation, getting new people orientated with how the year will go, answer any general questions. February is when we review those community recognition submissions. March, there's nothing in the calendar right now. Something may be added, but and then April, we have the first round of those community events grant application reviews and the capital grant spring application review and recommendations. And then May, you can see we don't have anything now either. June or July, we don't have anything. We don't usually have a meeting unless something comes up. And then in September, we have the fall review for the community events grant. October is generally more of an information session where we are reviewing the outside agency and FCSS grant programs in preparation for that November meeting. That November meeting is usually the biggest meeting of the year. That's where we're reviewing the outside agency grants and making recommendations, and then reviewing those FCSS funding programs and making recommendations on those as well. Yeah, so that's it. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you very much, Kelly. I'll open if there is any questions from council. No, I don't believe so. Oh, Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Kelly, for the presentation. And I just want to acknowledge how difficult all of the members of the CSAC, what a job they do and how important that is. And I want to thank you for putting your name forward and also for acting as chair this year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said, Councilor Clark. I don't believe there's any other questions. So I think just in respect of time, we could go to our 10.1. What's that? Yep. Elena, if you think you guys can present within the 20 minutes, we do have to start the public hearing promptly at 10:30. So we'll move to 10.1, the Downtown Business Improvement Area Board and budget presented through Mr. Fletcher.
No, thank you very much. I would certainly defer to our presenters and not without any further ado. Thank you.
Might need help with technical support. I don't know how to upload this.
Jane will be up in a moment to hit, and then you just have to hit the button on the microphone as well, too. Thanks.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Okay, so our Downtown Business Association 2026 budget proposal. So right now, our current board of directors is President Shannon Roche. Myself, Elena Brown, is the vice president. Special events director, Leah Luden. Marketing director, Chelsea Tipping. The treasurer position is still open. Same with the grants director position. We have 4 members at large right now: Jennifer Parker, Michael Killick, Kim Cardinal, and Dan St. Pierre. So our 3-year review, oops, ignore the crossnote. So DBA champions City Council's strategic goal of downtown vibrancy. Over the past 3 years, the DBA has advanced several key initiatives outlined in the strategic plan, with notable progress in marketing, beautification, and partnership development. While measurable progress has been made, several objectives require stronger collaboration with the City of St. Albert, particularly in business assessment, infrastructure improvements, and economic development support. With continued support and collaboration, downtown vibrancy can be realized. Okay, so in our pillars, business engagement, marketing, and branding, some of our progress there is a new website, which we've designed twice now, active Instagram and Facebook. We have a DBA newsletter that goes out to the members. We have hired a casual marketing manager, and more recently, we've actually started collaborating with Brian Merrill from Shop St. Albert to help us with our marketing website SEO. We did a DBA business survey completed. The business gap analysis is pending, and we have no landlord versus tenant engagement or business survey, and that is required by the City of St. Albert leadership. So culture and community. So the progress we've made, the Shop and Dine or Dine and Shop Week with local artists and musicians. We ran that the 2nd week of September last year for our first time. Increased business participation in the Snowflake Festival. Our next steps are to expand cultural programming, increased artists and business collaboration. And this year we are doing the new night market on May 20th on Perron Street. Our Dine and Shop event is set to run September 8th to 13th. Partnership grants and collaboration progress. We're ongoing collaboration with the city and local businesses. New members at large dedicated to grant research. Some of our challenges are limited grant success due to years in formation. Economic development turnover repeatedly resets our momentum. Entertainment and activation, our progress, live music during Shop and Dine Week. Also live entertainment with a chalk artist. Planning spring night market by May 20th. Working with the city on streamlined patio program. Pending still is the entertainment district, open beverage zones, pending comprehensive proposal by the city, which I think is slated for Q2, and the new patio program. Infrastructure and beautification. So progress, we have 52 light wrapped trees funded by the DBA. The city has allocated 1 garbage receptacle and 2 security lights in the alleys. The city committed to additional planters over the open tree casings in the downtown area. Pending updated storefront improvement grant, which is pretty much rolling now. So gaps, no new public seating areas approved. Request city support for tree lighting, removal, and storage. They have approved storage, but not removal. Cobblestone sidewalk trip hazard safety, and then signage improvements in the area for parking and other areas. Okay, So our 1 to 3 year summary, so our achievements, significant beautification completed, downtown listed on YEG lights this year, stronger brand presence and business awareness, successful events with measurable business impact, and more businesses becoming involved. So we had 5 members on our board last year, and this year we're up to the 11. Challenges, key economic development tasks stalled, pending, or declined. Infrastructure improvement slow. Economic development representative turnover stalling some of our progress. Release of funds to businesses. Business association created a stoppage of quite a few of our initiatives. Okay, so our budget proposal. So projected funds is 66,400. The source of funds, so projected of the business BIA levy is 22,400. City of St. Albert matching funds at 50% is 11,200. And then the budget carry forward from 2025 is 32,800. Here is our budget plan overview. I'll just let you guys look at it, but we've divided it into a bunch of different categories of where we'd like to allocate our funds. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will open it up to comments or questions. Councillor Hughes?
Hi, thanks for coming. So you mentioned I don't know if you can go back to that last slide that you had before, but one of the challenges you said about the release of funds? No, before that, the challenges. Keep going, one more. I guess it was closer. There we go.
There you go.
So you have you mentioned the release of funds. Can you just expand?
Yeah. So I think that's kind of what the city was saying too. If we have more processes in place, things won't get missed. So our funds weren't released to us until December of 2025 for the last year. So we had no money to spend out of our budget because we didn't have the money. So that was a huge impact for this last year.
So for this year
So that's the carryover of the
right,
32,800.
right. That would make sense. That's why.
Yeah.
But for this year I might ask staff as well. Maybe, I don't know if you can go back and forth, but when do we intend to release the 2026 funds?
Sure, maybe I'll answer that one, Councillor Hughes. Based on the bylaw that we just amended, so 50% will happen after budget approval,
Okay.
and then 50% will happen after they complete their annual report.
Okay. And when do you intend to complete your annual report? Just so I'm close to the gap.
I think the 2025 is all done. and
Okay.
Sent off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sooner than,
Yeah,
Last
and
year.
I think one of the other amendments, Councillor, was they have 6 months to complete the annual report. So effectively what we're saying is budget approval, and then really it's at the latest, 6
Right.
months into the year.
okay, well, that would help.
Yeah.
I have a question for staff after she presents as well. I'm just thinking, is there anything else? Because I know, Mr. Killick, I know that you were a huge proponent of it, and I'm glad that you're able to continue. I know that when Mike, we would bring things forward about like garbage cans, et cetera. Is there any other things? Now we have the lights, you want the light removal.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that I call it low hanging fruit that you're looking for, or that we need to be aware of?
Yeah, so what we initially, the seating area was one to add a couple seating areas in the downtown area so people can enjoy the businesses around there, maybe buy lunch at some of the local businesses and be able to sit outside and enjoy them. Christmas lights is a huge one. We purposely went with CLG, who does the city's lights, in order to make the processes easier. So we put them up, like the DBA pays to put them up. Our ask was that the city does store them, but ask that the city remove them with their lights that are already on the trees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so far we haven't heard anything back about that. So it's the lights and then additional seating. So I think you mentioned there was some additional seating, but you're looking for more than that?
I don't think
No?
any additional seating.
Okay, it was a
approved.
garbage can.
It
that I
was one
thinking.
garbage can, yeah.
Okay.
We were looking for more. One got approved, so we'll take it for now.
How many would you be looking for?
Even 2 or 3 more would be helpful.
Okay. Okay. So we have the garbage cans, we have the seating areas, and we have
Yeah.
the lighting. Those are the three major
Yes.
issues that,
The other safety issue is the cobblestone sidewalks. There's a lot of trip hazards downtown. I know it's been a thing for a bit, but there is a lot of trip hazards.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Counselor Romansky.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting today. It's good to see you here again. The questions I'm going to ask again are the ones I asked administration is the compliance, why so many individuals or businesses don't want to pay the tax. Have you had any feedback from those businesses or?
So some of the issues, vacancy is an issue. And then another one would be subleases. So every subleaser is also receiving the same cost amount as a fully operational single business. So they might be renting a chair and like a hair salon. So they're receiving the same $200 levy that a single business is receiving.
Okay, and how do you see, like initiating a fine? How would that improve that compliance when people simply, are having difficulty with it?
Yeah, so we talked collaboratively with the city about possibly changing how people are billed based on square footage, if they're sublease or not sublease, and maybe billing the landlords, but we don't have that all sorted. So we're trying to work on a process that might help increase compliance.
Okay, and the 8 to 9% estimated vacancy that was mentioned by administration, have you seen improvement in vacancy at all in the 3 years that
I think we really need that assessment done in the business area to see where we can make some movement.
okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't, Counselor Hughes? Okay.
Okay, sorry, I have one more. So I didn't realize, so if you're a hairdresser and you wanted to, you renting a chair, you're paying 200. So wouldn't that just be a deterrent then? Because if I can be a hairdresser, I can be anywhere and I don't have to pay the additional tax, then wouldn't it make it more difficult for you to find people that even wanted to rent the chairs, for example?
Yeah, possibly.
Like, I guess I'm just wondering what the thought process of not doing it for, like, just per unit, like, this is a unit, there's people in within it, and maybe you pay $250, but it's per unit as opposed to per sublease.
I think those are kind of the kinks that we're trying to work out since it's so new.
Yeah,
We're working with the city and they're sending us the names of the businesses that are registered as a business in the downtown area.
Okay.
So realizing now that this is a potential problem, we have some kinks to work out in regards to that.
yeah, okay, yeah, because I can see how that could actually hurt you more than help you on this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Counselor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. So you heard my concern about your banking and it's not necessarily from a governance perspective with the city. As a volunteer organization, I think you want parameters in to be able to ensure that you protect yourselves. So something like 2 signatories, and those 2 signatories can't be under the same roof. They can't be,
Yeah, we have
lived
that.
together. Do you?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Thank you.
because, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions or comments. There are 2 motions here. I think we could get.
I have some for admin. I have a couple of questions for
Oh, okay.
administration. I just
Okay.
didn't want to, yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you.
Counselor Clark, do you have questions for administration? Oh, sorry, then I just didn't pull your name off. I thought you put it back on. Counselor Hughes, go ahead.
Hi, so just so we can follow up on the requests so we understand whether we're doing them or not doing them and why. So the light removal, they haven't heard back. Are we not doing it or why are we not? Or is there a rationale?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hughes, my understanding of the situation is the city administration, city staff have been assisting with the removal.
Okay,
There's an issue right now that it currently exists around the storage. There's a bunch of additional lights that were purchased, and so trying to understand, sort of sort out some of the additional costs that come with storing a bunch of additional lights. that are owned by the Downtown Business Association.
Okay, perfect. The other questions were about the garbage cans, the seating areas. I guess those two will be combined in kind of do we need a council motion to fund extras or, I guess, are there any plans to do anything further or do you need a council to fund it?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hughes, what I would say is it has been a bit tricky in that we've been working together with the Downtown Business Association to understand, the scope of their work. And there are some things that they'd like to see downtown there that are outside the scope of their typical work. And then our separate requests to the city that come with additional resource, some costs and some staff time that go into it. So I think we've made some progress, as Ms. Brown noted. But if there are additional requests, I think we need to formalize those and make sure that we're capturing the list, because at one point there were quite a number of requests that we needed to address, and some of them we weren't able to complete, and quite a number of them we were able to work with them on solutions.
Okay, and the cobblestone sidewalks, I know that that's the tripping hazard. Do we have any intention? I know we're doing some work on Perrin Street. Is that going to happen next year and it's going to kind of combine it, or no, nothing?
It's on the list. It's significant. I think Mr. Okay, I think, certainly can ask Director of Public Operations to chime in on that, but the focus downtown will not be on Broad Street in the next couple of weeks. It'll be on sub infrastructure elsewhere. And so it's recognized that is a needed update in terms of the timing. I don't have one for you, right? It's a prioritization list
Okay.
overall.
Okay. I don't know where to go with that. I know, I appreciate your comment. I know you don't know where to go with it, and I'm not quite sure where to go with it either.
Yeah. Well, Councillor, I think, we'll be working on St. Anne Street, right, as we go through into 2027. We've got some significant underground infrastructure issues that have to be addressed. And so if you close down St. Anne Street, you can't close Perron Street, as an example, right? And so it is a sequencing and it's a prioritization issue. It can't all be done at once or we will shut down the downtown, and that'll have an adverse impact on everybody.
For sure. And we can't, the tripping hazards themselves, we can't just piecemeal this either. You're looking at a complete repavement is really the solution?
That's probably, I'm a little bit out of my league here, but probably the long-term solution is actually to remove the paving stones and install something different. That is probably the easiest way to do it. I would say that public operations does, though it's not strictly a service level, does take it, put an increased focus based on council's prioritization of downtown and do endeavor to try and deal with those as they pop up.
Okay. And his last question is just relating to I know that there were a lot of asks. And then there were, and some have been addressed and some haven't. Is it possible for us to get kind of at some point this year and just an updated kind of where we're at, what we've achieved and what we haven't? And then specifically, like, if you want more, this is what would require like council funding or not funding or direction or anything like that, just so that we have an idea of if we do want to pursue it or not, because there may be things that you're saying this is just not possible because, and that's not a funding issue, that's a logistics issue, right? So if we can get something later on that next year, even if it's like a memo, that would be helpful. Would that be okay? Okay. thank you.
Absolutely, Council. Yep.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a public hearing starting in 2 minutes, but I think we'll just get, Marta, that's okay. We'll just get through these two. Okay, perfect. Councillor Patrick will put forward the first motion. Thank you.
That the appointments of the directors to the St. Albert Downtown Business Association's board, as set out in the attachment entitled St. Albert DBA 2026 Board of Directors, be approved, each for a term of 1 year from March 17th, 2026 until March 16th, 2027.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote.
Did you want, sorry, Mayor, did you want to do both motions at
Oh,
the
okay.
same time?
I thought we had to, sorry, I thought we.
We can do it either way.
Oh, we'll do both at the same time, for sure.
Number two, that the St. Albert Downtown Business Association's proposed 2026 budget, as set out in the attachment entitled St. Albert BIA 2026 proposed budget, be approved.
Thank you very much. We can move that to a vote. Thank you very much. That motion passed unanimously. We'll go to second reading.
That's all. There's no bylaw.
Why not? Okay, done. Okay, oh, perfect, 10:30. Okay. Okay. I hereby open the public hearing concerning the resolution for the proposed removal of municipal reserve designation at 16 and 18 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue, former Fire Hall 1 and sanitary lift station. We will open the public hearing at 10:30. I would ask if there's any counselor present who wishes to declare any conflict of interest or pecuniary interest with respect to the public hearing today. There's none. That's fantastic. For today's public hearing, we will follow the procedures outlined in Procedure Bylaw 24/2022. First, we will hear from administration, then the applicant, and then the public. Council may ask questions after each presenter has had the opportunity to speak. The applicant will have up to 10 minutes to speak, and members of the public will have a strict 5 minutes to speak as well. There have been some written submissions that have been received after the stated cutoff time for inclusion in the agenda package. They may be read into the record verbally by the presenter or their delegate. When there is no further information to share from the public, administration, or the applicant, a motion will be made to close the public hearing. There will be no debate on this matter nor a decision made on this matter until the public hearing is closed. Debate will occur on consideration of second or third readings of this bylaw. And we will now move this to administration for their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Suzanne Rook, planner from the Planning and Development Branch. I'm here to present on the municipal reserve disposal of the former Fire Hall 1 site on Sir Winston Churchill Avenue. Next. Sorry.
Right there.
Okay, technical difficulties fixed now. The properties we are looking at today are 16 and 18 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue. These lots are within the downtown area, about 3 blocks from City Hall and opposite from the Lions Park. You can see the lots in question on the highlighted map to the right, showing the location within the downtown core. In 2022, Council directed that administration proceed with the decommissioning and demolition of Fire Hall 1 per the 2022 RMR Fire 26 project charter. In June of 2025, the Standing Committee of the Whole made a motion that administration bring forward a bylaw for Council's consideration to remove the municipal reserve designation for 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue in order to enable the land to be donated or sold for a nominal fee to facilitate the developing and operation of youth transitional housing in St. Albert. This motion was carried unanimously. Today's presentation, however, is specific to the directed municipal reserve removal. Following the removal of the fire hall structure and remediation of the property, the site was subdivided into separate lots for the former fire hall and the adjacent lift station. Subdivision was necessary to create a leasable or saleable lot. Subdividing the subject lands prior to removal of the municipal reserve designation was completed to ensure that the lot sizes are exact and that the park and trails within Grenadier Park would not be affected by changes in designation. These new lots were registered at Land Title's office on December 4th of 2024. The sanitary lift station remained as 18 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue, while the former fire hall site was addressed as 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue. Today, administration is proposing that the municipal reserve designation be removed from both 16 and 18 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue. That 18 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue be designated as a public utility lot by passing bylaw 12/2026. Removing the municipal reserve designation requires a public hearing and the passing of a council resolution. However, a bylaw is not necessary removal. And adding a public utility lot designation post subdivision requires a bylaw, but does not require a public hearing. Municipal reserve is a designation that is placed on a property's land title, which identifies that it has a specific municipal use. The Municipal Government Act, or MGA, requires that the municipal reserve only be used for a public park, public recreation area, school board purposes, or to separate areas of land that are used for different purposes. municipal reserve designation is indicated on the land title by the letters MR after a lot number, for example, lot 1 MR. Public utility lot designations are indicated on land titles by the letters PUL, for example, lot 2 PUL. These designations are independent from the district which is assigned to a property through the land use bylaw. However, as municipal reserve has limited uses, St. Albert's municipal reserve designated parcels are usually districted public park district or public, private, and institutional service. Public utility lot designated parcels can be districted as park, public, private, and institutional service, or the same district as the land adjacent to it. 16 and 18 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue are both districted as public, private, and institutional service. At this time, there is no change to the land use bylaw district being proposed. If a future use is identified which requires a change in district, a separate circulation and public hearing would be required. Council has previously indicated through the motion made at Standing Committee of the Whole that 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue may be donated or sold to facilitate development of a youth transitional housing. Transitional accommodation is a permitted use within the public, private, and institutional service district. Therefore, this particular use would not require future land use bylaw amendments, and development permits would be issued by the Development Authority. The intent to remove the municipal reserve designation from 16 and 18 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue was posted to the Cultivate Conversation platform, as well as mailed out to residents in a 100-meter radius from the site. This mail-out encompassed 88 residences. Per MGA requirements, a sign was posted on the property to notify the public of the intended municipal reserve designation removal. No responses or inquiries were received through the Cultivate Conversation or as a result of the mail-out. The public hearing notice has been posted on the city website and in city lights. Internal departments were provided with the opportunity to comment on the intent to remove municipal reserve designation and add the public utility lot designation for the sanitary lift station. No concerns were identified. Environment branch from the city advised that future uses of the site must avoid impacting the park and forest area to the south or to the rear of the site. Recreation and Parks has no concern with the removal of municipal reserve designation. They have confirmed that the lands are not required as park space. The legislation for municipal reserve, MGA Section 675, states that after taking into consideration representations made at a public hearing, a council may direct a designated officer, in this case the CAO, to notify registrar that the provisions of this division have been complied with and request the registrar to remove the designation of a municipal reserve. Upon removal of the designation, the municipality may sell, lease, or otherwise dispose of the land. However, the proceeds from that sale, lease, or other disposition may only be used for the same purposes referred to in 671, those being that of a public park, public recreation area, or school board purposes. The legislation for public utility lots, MGA Section 665, allows that a council may, by bylaw, require a parcel of land or part of a parcel of land that it owns to be designated as municipal reserve or public utility lot. On receipt of a copy of the bylaw and fees, the registrar shall cancel the existing title and issue a new certificate of title with a designation of public utility lot, which will be identified by the number suffixed by the letters PUL. Removal of the municipal reserve designation allows for 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue to be considered for uses other than those prescribed through the MGA. So again, something other than park, recreation, or school site. So removing the reserve designation would allow the land to be opened up for other uses. The removal of the municipal reserve designation at 18 Sir Winston Churchill will allow for the designation of a public utility lot, which is standard designation for lift stations and utility services. A parcel of land can only have one of these designations on its title. So all that being said, staff recommendation today for the resolution of removal of municipal reserve designation, that the public hearing on the proposed municipal reserve designation be closed, and also that we recommend that a resolution stating that the chief administrative officer notify the registrar of land titles that council has complied with the requirements of Division 9 of Part 17 of the Municipal Government Act with respect to municipal reserve land legally described as Plan 242, 2556, Block 9, Lots 1 MR and 2 MR, shown on the map entitled Municipal Reserve Designation Removal, and request that the registrar remove the municipal reserve designation from these two lots. Administration is also recommending approval of bylaw 12/2026 to designate Plan 242, 2556, Block 9, Lot 2 MR as a public utility lot. This concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. We will move it now to public. Do we have questions for admin? Sorry, Councilor Urbanski, go ahead.
Thank you. Just one question. Thank you for presenting today. The utility dedication for 18 Sir Winston, it was decided quite some time ago that that would be a utility location. Why did we not switch that when we divided the land?
So the lift station as well as the former lift site, or sorry, former fire hall site, they were all part of the property that was part of Grenadier Park. So the entirety had the municipal reserve designation on it. So because that was already there, we could not place the PUL designation through survey.
Okay, so it could have been split at that time? When we cleaned the land and divided the two into separate areas?
So that's why we have the two addresses now, 16 and 18 Sir Winston Churchill. One
Right.
property was designated for the lift station, so that would be separate from both the park and the fire hall site.
Right. Okay. I'm just curious why we waited so long to do that instead of earlier.
I think I might need you to clarify.
Yeah, I
what we
think
mean.
Counselor, there was no particular administrative rush on that. I mean, this is, it's timely insofar as the use of the language. Again, we're here today because of a council directed motion from a timeline.
Right. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Hughes?
Thank you. So I just want to go through some of the options to understand the consequences and that kind of thing. So let's say the council does not approve the MR today, but there is an intention at some point to sell the land. Let's say we don't do the use transitional housing here. Maybe we do it somewhere else or not at all. Those are the three choices, I suppose. So let's say that this doesn't go forward today, but council does want to sell the land. Do we have to remove the MR first before we put it up for sale? Okay. So before, but let's say we said no to this today, but we wanted to say, let's say in August, we said, you know what, we actually do want to sell it. We've decided we don't want the transitional center to be there. We want it to be somewhere else. And so is there a limitation? If we say no today, is there like a time clock that we can't reconsider taking off that MR?
There is no limitation on when we could bring this back.
Okay, so like even like if we said no today, but we next month said, you know what, we're gonna put it up for sale, that's not a problem at all then. As long as we give that notice for the public hearing.
Yeah, as long as we can get the report in and advertised in time, yes.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to get all my thoughts together in one thing here. So if we say yes to it today, all we're doing is taking off the MR. And I understand that from just a strictly like, what are we doing? We're taking off the MR. We could sell it. We could donate it. We could do anything. But we do have that motion from June that says to take it off with the intention of moving forward with the Youth Transitional Center. So if council approves it today, the next steps from administration, is it the intention then to continue to go down that road of the Youth Transitional Center? Or, because that's certainly the interpretation that many people in the gallery today, I think, understand. And when I read the motion, that's also what, like, I didn't approve it with the intention to do that. I did it just to remove the MR. But at the time of, I guess, what is the next steps? How are you interpreting our next steps?
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. Maybe I'll take an initial stab at this. So notwithstanding the wording of the motion, intention is not direction. I guess I would make a very firm delineation between those two things. And while PPI, right, there were probably, I'm sorry, I'm creeping out the planners here to my left, right? But the current land use would permit youth transitional housing. It doesn't say that we will do transitional housing. And disbursement of the land, this is city-owned land. Whatever is going to happen to it may not require a public hearing, but it will require council direction to do it. Right. And so this, in terms of your question now, we talked at the last standing committee of the whole about a request for proposal on concepts for youth transitional housing provision. Made it very clear we received direction from council to delink that from this specific site. And so we are not asking, there'll be broad options for folks, for anyone who happens to be interested in providing that particular service in St. Albert on form and function related to what best suits their needs. It is not specifically directed towards 16 Sir Winston Churchill as a site. And so I don't know if that answered your question, but at the end of the day, The RFP will provide concepts for further consideration. There is nothing that says that it has to be tied to that specific site. Any disbursement of that site, because it remains city-owned, whether you choose to donate it, sell it, would require the removal of the MR designation.
Okay, and that makes sense. So, like, again, let me just figure out my thoughts on this. So the RFP, I know we've had 2 discussions in the past month on this. So the RFP, is the intention of the RFP to have a build it, or we're looking at other options to, like, for example, renovate a current home or something like that? Are you exploring those options in the RFP? I don't know what we were writing.
Yes, Councillor, we're essentially leaving it open-ended,
Okay.
right, into what form or function best suits the particular organization who may be responding to the RFP, right? And so that could be, we need land to build something. It could be we want to buy something and renovate it. It could be we want some commercial space. I don't know. I won't presuppose the outcome.
Okay, that's fine. Just so we know, we're leaving options open here. And so let's assume that MR goes forward today. The next steps are not necessarily to build a youth transition shelter, in spite of the fact that the motion from last year was tying the 2 together. Where our intention isn't absolutely to move forward with this, and it's not tying our hands to do that. From a public perspective, let's assume that we approved it, and obviously it's going to come before council for actual lands transfers, any other type of operational subsidies, any other financial agreements would be coming forward. So with the public, I guess, the question would come up. I'm just going to be Joe Q public at this moment, right? So this passes, and then it could be a year, it could be 6 months, it could be even longer, right? Before we figure out if we're actually moving forward on any location. So from the public's perspective, though, they're only going to basically get that agenda report the week before. So I guess I think that's probably one of their major concerns, is that at this point, it's easy to kind of have it pass with council without having a lot of public awareness. I don't think, and I'm just saying this as I'm talking to you, I don't think there's even a question on that. I think I could recognize that might be one of their challenges, is that there would be no other public hearing, there would just be a council motion, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think.
Unless
Yes,
there was a need to change
the
the land
zoning.
use bylaw and the zoning, right? In which I'm probably again using the wrong term, so please go ahead and jump in.
Okay. And if we wanted to sell it, that would also require a council decision and a motion to do so.
Correct.
So right now, even if we change the MR, the only thing that's happening is the MR. We aren't donating it. We aren't selling it. We're not giving it away. We're just changing the MR.
I think it's safe to say there has been no council decision on the ultimate disbursement or use of that land, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think to add to that clarity is that the intent of this today was to simply remove that, to not, I guess, restrict our ability to make a decision going forward and evaluate proposals as they come in.
Yeah, and please, team, feel free to jump in here, but I think that's it. So unless you're going to use that specific piece of land for a park, right, or a school, or, I mean, the municipal use as was identified by the team, and we are not recommending a park across from a park, then you need to remove that MR designation regardless of what ultimately council decides to do with that land, right? Like, it has to happen. Again, we're here today in terms of the timelines based on that council motion, but that council motion does not presuppose an actual final decision on the use of that land.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I have a couple of, thank you for clarifying. So administration has no direction from council that this is being sold, it's being gifted, there's nothing from council at all, so that the people listening in and the people in our gallery are totally assured that we have not moved forward with anything.
That's correct. There is a statement of intent, right, to look at what it would look like for youth transitional housing. We've altered the RFP process based on the new guidance that we received at the last standing committee of the whole. So that statement of intent, it's still, we still are bound to map out what that might look like, but it absolutely does not equate to a council decision in the way forward.
Okay, and from that perspective and acknowledging that a week ago, there was some conversation about maybe an overreach on that June 2025 SCOW motion. Are we able to actually rescind that so that our residents have some comfort and some assurance that that's not where we're going right now?
So from a governance perspective, it is possible to rescind a motion previously passed, or it's possible for council to pass a new motion on the same matter if enough time has passed. Enough time has passed for that to happen. So if there are two contradictory books on the same motion or matter, then the most current one will prevail. So I don't believe it's necessary to rescind anything at this juncture. I think it's possible just to make a new motion if necessary. However, as Mr. Fletcher has stated, administration doesn't have direction to do youth transitional housing right now. So from a governance perspective, I don't believe that's necessary. However, it is possible.
Okay, and I'm just wondering from our residents' perspective, I realize we don't have to, but what kind of process would we have to go through if we chose to rescind that, just so that these individuals, in particular living in the gardens, have some assurance?
So there is a procedure in the procedure bylaw that explains how to rescind a motion previously passed. And in this instance, I suggest that it would be actually rescinding of a part of a motion that was previously passed, because not all of it would need to be rescinded. But in any event, it is kind of an involved process in sense of requiring to the counselor who would like to make the motion to rescind the motion previously passed to explain why and to give notice, and then admin would provide an administrative backgrounder, and then there would be a debate on the matter. That's essentially the summary of the process in the procedure bylaw.
Okay, so that's not something that we can ultimately do on the fly today?
No, we can't do that on the fly today. It would be possible to pass a motion related to these lands today. I'd suggest if the chair approved that, if the chair considered that to be related to the matter at hand. But yes, it would require notice in advance to rescind a motion previously passed.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, so in my own research, it looks like the fire hall number 1, the original one, was built in 1962. And it looks like the gardens and those adjoining homes were built in 63 and 64. Would the land use have changed since that fire hall was built, or has it always been, I understand the name might have changed, but has the intention always been what it is today?
You mean the land use bylaw?
The land use bylaw, yeah.
Far as I know, it has always been that district. Some of the regulations around what can be in a municipal reserve has changed over the years. So possibly in the time that it was built, because as mentioned, fire hall is not currently in our list of uses for municipal reserve either. So it was given a tiny little portion that was districted, not park. But I think for the municipal reserve portion, that was always there.
Okay, but there is a designation that allows transitional housing in PPI. By adding that at some point in time, would that have required a public hearing and people to actually be able to be engaged? I know I'm looking at the history book here, but.
Yeah, we did the bylaw update to the land use bylaw in 2024. I actually would have to go back and see because we combined a lot of the supportive housing. The definitions were tweaked to better align with provincial legislation. So, but the content would have, been very similar to what we were trying to achieve. But I would have to go back and see exactly what was there before. If that is interest, we would have to take that as a direction.
Yeah, I think it probably clarifies that it's always been intended to be what it is now, just under a different name. And I thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much. I don't believe, Councillor McKay, I know you had something to say. Sure, go ahead. Yep.
Just a point of clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any need or is there any value for administration to have 18 Sir Winston Churchill turned into a PUL? Just, could we split this off? Could we do one, not the other? Or is it just, does it really matter at this particular time? It's just the opportunity of doing it today because of the two motions.
Correct. So you could take the municipal reserve off of just 16 Sir Winston Churchill if that's all you're interested in doing today. Switching from municipal reserve to PUL for 18 Sir Winston Churchill is ideal from an administrative perspective, but if you don't want to do that today, you do not have to.
But I think if I heard right, you were talking about doing 18 and not 16 today. I think the same answer sort of holds. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Fletcher. I mean, I just didn't know if there was any advantage to administration to switch 18 to a PUL.
I think it right sizes, right? It's an operational issue to have the land properly designated.
Thank you. Just an additional question in terms of the RFP process. Is the language in there to direct any proposals to determining a site in the city? Like, are we providing them with options on where this potentially could go? Or is it simply an RFP just regarding the social service aspect and then we will decide?
Yeah, Mayor, that is being worked on.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any more questions for administration. Okay, so with that, we will go, I'll note that there were 4 written submissions received that are in the agenda package. Before we get into public submissions or public presentations here, I just want to remind everybody respectfully that there is no verbal or clapping reaction to the presentations. So to be respectful of that, as well as each presenter will be given a strict 5-minute time limit. You will hear a bell at 30 seconds. That's not to shut you down. It's just to remind you of 30 seconds remaining. And then at which point the 5 minutes, you'll conclude your presentation. It'll then allow for any additional questions from council at that time. We do have a number of presenters, so we will start with with Mr. Hanley. Thank you. For sure. Jaden, you might have to, oh, yes. Okay, just give 1 second. Thanks, Jeremiah.
I can move forward and back before I lose any more time. Okay, I think I'm ready. My name is Jeremiah Hanley and I'm a resident of the Gardens. A few weeks ago, a neighbor handed me a letter about this hearing. As you can see on the map, the notification radius was about 100 meters. I live, that's to my calculation, about 7 houses. I live 337 meters away outside of the notification window, and I back directly on Grenadier Park and the trail system. I share some of the goals that Councillor McKay and Cortesh are advocating, and I'm asking council to pause this process specific to the former fire hall to ensure that the required processes have been followed. The intended use has been clearly shared with the public and the community is engaged. Councillor Patrick, you spoke to something important last week. Once this classification is removed, the community loses its voice on what this land can become. And the community this land serves goes beyond 7 households. It includes every family that uses Lion Park, every person using the trail and off-leash park area. It includes residents and businesses. And I asked council, was Amicon with a significant capital investment in the neighborhood duly noticed? The affected area under MGA is not 100 meters. It is everyone this decision impacts. The public notice for this hearing contains no description of the intended use. The messaging has been muddled. Residents were told these are or aren't related, yet the agenda today links us to AR 25-200 youth transitional housing. A sign in the dead of winter where the primary foot traffic comes from the trail behind it. The engagement page declared consultation concluded before this even happened. The MGA requires advertising reach substantially all residents in the affected area. Advertising bylaw 8/2022 permits digital notice, but only if it meets that standard. And I asked the council today, has it? Is this process fair? If there is any doubt, I question whether the representation to the registrar under section 675 can be truthfully made today. Mr. Mayor, you asked last week, is this the right location and have we done our due diligence? And I agree with you on that. The site in question is a named Gateway. When we chatted in this gallery at the standing committee, you mentioned you don't want this to be an empty parcel, and I really share that vision. The good news is so did the city and the community as part of DARP. This parcel sits on the western gateway into St. Albert, named in DARP as part of the key parks and open space concept, adjacent to Lions Park and connected to the expansive trail system. DARP 317 is mandatory. Buildings at gateway locations shall be designed in harmony with streets and park. There are requirements around public art, distinctive signage, pedestrian scale design. This is supposed to be the front door to downtown on our western gateway. Before we strip the MR designation, is this worth reviewing against DARP and not afterwards? On top of the advertising concern and my DARP concerns, has the city done the required assessment work under Flourish? I'm a full-time dad and a husband, and I'm certainly not a policy expert, and there's a lot. And I empathize with the council and the administration for understanding the rules here. At the standing committee, Mr. Fletcher said there was absolutely zero discussion of a park at that site. That to me is an indication the city couldn't have done Flourish 11.1.3 because they never considered parks at all. Lions Park is directly across the street. As you have noted, the parcel is part of Grenadier Park. It is part of the trail system. Is a park impact assessment required? And if traditional housing is classified as a sensitive building under the land use bylaw, there may be additional steps required here. And I don't know the answer to any of those, but I think it's worth finding out before we strip the MR designation from this land permanently. I want to be honest with council. As I said, I'm not really sure of a lot of the steps here. Some ultimately could be upstream steps and some could be downstream. But some of those downstream steps, like DARP, could be hurdles. And I think that gives us pause before we remove the MR designation. And I ask council to respectfully consider a few things. First, are the upstream requirements satisfied? Did the advertising notice area reach substantially all residents in the affected area? Has the 11.1.3 assessment been done? Does this warrant a conversation around DARP and parkland? And second, for downstream steps, will any of them create a barrier after the MR is removed? Okay. In summary, Councillor Patrick, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Kharjat, as you stated, alternative paths exist for the youth housing initiative. The community can get engaged on what the end state of that project can be. Mr. Mayor, pausing allows this council to do, as you stated, the diligence and engagement required, but it also paints this council's vision of what this land could become and not be fettered by a previous council's prescriptive and predetermined land use without first consulting the community and the city it's part of. I ask council today to pause, to engage, and to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremiah. I certainly appreciate the approach and how you articulated that. I'd open it up if there are questions for Mr. Hanley, and then we'll move it to Councillor Mackay. Thank you.
Mr. Hanley, very well done. Very good presentation. And for someone that doesn't know the process, thank you for taking time to articulate it in such a fashion. I just want to clarify, I support youth transitional housing. The intent of the motion back in June, and I hope you were able to go back in June and watch that whole entire committee of the whole
I
on,
did.
yeah, good. And then you would understand that it was as a result of a administrative motion that would recommended we continue to move forward. And that was entirely of the intent of the previous council is we've had this on the books since almost 2018. We've had variations of it come before council and this was just to continue the momentum to move forward with a youth transitional housing. Yes, we were maybe perhaps a little prescriptive in the actual motion, but my intent, and I believe most of all of council here believes that we need to do it, but we do need to do it right, as you've articulated. And so I just wanted to make sure you were clear on that the motion at that time was just to get it on the floor, keep it moving forward. But however, like it does not have to be here. There's a great deal of work that needs to be done before we actually choose a location. And you're absolutely correct for all the reasons you've identified that this might not be the current location. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear to you.
I can respond to that, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're engaging the community in this process, and I think it would be an act of good faith for the council today to just pause the MR reclassification and just let's do some more assessment about what that land could become. So respectfully, just consider that before you move ahead with this.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And as you identified with DARP and Flourish, really all the removal of the MR actually does provide us with a wider options and makes it more available to what it could become. And we don't know what that is, but you're right. We could do it either way.
But regarding DARP, that is on the Western Gateway, and that could be extended as part of Grenadier Park. It could be signage, or it could be something that maybe complements the broader downtown vision. And I think that's important to consider before you move it as park space.
Valid comments, and I appreciate again your presentation and your ideas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanley. Councilor Cortash, if you have a question for him.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hanley, for the presentation, both the written submission and the presentation today. I actually had a question about your written submission. And maybe this could have been a better question for admin, but you've identified some discrepancies in terms of land value, and I just wanted to ask you a little bit about that. So the parcel area that we're talking about today is the 1,670 square meters. And then the land value was, you had in your written submission, $531 per square meter. Where did that number come from, the 531? Was that a city number?
I was just I think it's a linear, I think you're approximating land in the feasibility study based off of like an arbitrary amount, right? So I just took the total amount and on each of those like site assessments, and I believe it was that amount.
Okay.
And I think there's no real assessment of the actual land use or land value relative to being a part of downtown, which I would argue is that land would be worth much more than the posted amount in the feasibility study.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I'll follow up on that later. Thanks so much.
I don't believe there's any other questions. Thank you very much again for the presentation. We will move now to Brent Korbanek. I believe he's online via Zoom. Is he there? Perfect. We can, Brent, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. They'll just get your time up here. And you can start when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Well, good morning, Mayor Olivieri and members of council. My name is Brent Korbanek. I live at 24 Gresham Boulevard, about 200 meters away from 16 Sorensen Churchill Ave. And I'm here today regarding the proposed removal of the municipal reserve designation from that parcel of land. My concern is that we're being asked to make irreversible land decision without a clear long-term plan for the best use of this site, as was mentioned previously, and with non-transparent and engaging process with the anticipated placement of a transitional housing based upon feasibility study that we've taken a look at previously. For residents, the municipal reserve designation is, and that from what I understood from some of the communications just occurring, is really the only formal protection the public has over what happens to this land. Once the designation is removed, The city's legal obligation to hold a public hearing or formally consult the community on the future of this parcel effectively ends as the anticipated transition housing ends up getting placed there. We understand that there's no other requirement for public consultation, and likewise, it's probably after the fact. We are being asked to strip away these protections today before a finalized business plan and confirmed operator or even a secured funding are even in place. A decision this permanent should be based on flawless data. There are fundamental discrepancies in the study and justifying this site, as Jeremiah just pointed out. I won't get into that again, but there is a large understated land value for that parcel of land as it's currently zoned. Furthermore, the operational budget that seems to be looming in the background will likely be used for the RFP reviews contains a number of errors and things that should be sorted out before we determine on what we're going to use that land for. So I'd propose a pause right now and a more thorough business case report be done for the best use of 16 Saricen Churchill prior to us removing the municipal reserve designation. In 2022, a council moved to take more time to figure out the best use of the site, yet those options were never revisited or brought back to a public debate. Instead, we're rushing this removal. Council should follow the recommendation of the 2020 task force and finish the business plan first. We are also missing the noise impact sensitive land assessments required for the city's own standards for this type of development. So I'm asking council in conclusion to pause this decision, at least for the 16 Saricen Churchill Ave, and please do not remove the municipal reserve designation today. Instead, let's finish the business plan, conduct a transparent review, and determine the absolute best use of this land for the entire community. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corbanic. Does it open it up to questions from council? And I don't see anything pop up, so thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. With that, we'll go to our next speaker, which is Mr. David Roberts. Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Good morning. My name is David Roberts. I live on Gresham Boulevard. Residents keep being told that nothing has been decided about the location for the youth transitional housing facility. But when the feasibility study identifies a specific location as its priority, and the next step is removing the municipal reserve, which is the neighbor's only protection at this point, it feels like these separate decisions are more like a process moving in one direction. Council's June 10th, 2025 minutes make that connection explicit. Councillor McKay, your contention on March 10th that the Standing Committee of the whole meeting was he was just trying to keep the project moving forward. And I believe that was probably the intent. Yet last week, I believe it was Bill Fletcher, said on March 17th, we do have the public hearing for the removal of the MR designation. That does not beget youth transitional housing on that site. But in fairness, there was statement of intent behind that. And that's a fair comment, that the dots are being connected here. The June 25th motion didn't happen in isolation. It was proposed and supported by 3 members who currently sit on this council. And so I think it's fair for residents to ask, do those 3 councillors still feel there was sufficient consultation engagement to make the decision at that time? As Jeremiah wrote in his formal submission, the entire council has the right and responsibility to look at this with fresh eyes. Council assured community members last week that when an operator is eventually selected through an RFP, the operator must consult and engage with this community. If what we have experienced so far is how the city considers consultation and engagement, then the promise of a similar process with the future operator frankly rings hollow. Consultation means asking for input before decisions are effectively made. Engagement means creating a two-way conversation where community voices can meaningfully influence outcomes. For council, this process probably feels like it's been underway for quite some time. For most of us, it began a week ago. So I do and sincerely appreciate the opportunity to speak at this hearing. But I struggle with how residents can truly feel heard if we speak today and a decision on the MR designation removal is also made today. Listening implies analysis of the new information and opinions, and I think it requires some period of reflection. I live 350 meters from the proposed Churchill site. We walk our dog beside that parcel of land almost every day, and the path behind the site eventually winds right behind my fence. Yet I knew nothing about this from the city. If it were not for a Gazette article, this process would be moving forward without any of my input or engagement. And I think, I don't know if that's Tristan over there, but I'd like to thank the Gazette for informing our community and doing the job of that, of informing us. I'll conclude we are at a fork in the road, in my opinion. Trust is much easier to build today than it will be to rebuild tomorrow. Council can pause the removal of the municipal reserve designation and take the time to reset this process. That's all we're asking. Begin again with proper consultation and genuine engagement so that the community and the city can move forward collaboratively. Or we can proceed with the MR removal today. However, if that happens, whether intended or not, it risks creating an adversarial relationship between our community and the city. And I have a message to a future operator: they will inherit that environment. So our request is simple, and I think it's quite reasonable. Pause the removal of the municipal reserve designation, allow time for meaningful engagement, and let the collaboration you promise us in the future begin today. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd ask if there's any questions for Mr. Roberts. I actually do have one, stating that obviously there is some objection to removing the MR. That land has been sitting vacant for a number of years. And is it in your opinion that keeping it vacant is the best use of it today? Or do you believe council has an obligation to address the issue that the land is vacant? And what is the reservation of removing the MR designation so that council has the ability to evaluate all options?
The best way I think I can answer that is if I take a little bit of a wide route to drive by that property. I drive by the old Grandin Mall site. I had a conversation with one of the councils about that. I mean, this eyesore has been sitting, and I know it's different. Let me just take this a direction. It sits there. Once you hand it off to the developer, you've lost control. Once we hand this off to you and the administration, and I think the direction is clear, the direction they want to take it, we've lost all our control. That's our only piece of power we have. So I'm not saying I don't trust you. It's not personal. I don't trust the process, and we've lost trust in the process because things have happened here behind us that we wouldn't even know about. So you're asking, would I rather have it sit vacant? Yes.
Okay, Councillor Kordash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, one of the things that we've heard in the written submissions and in the public submissions so far is that the public hearing process. So if we were to remove the MR today, that removes the requirement for a public hearing in the future on this site. And so it removes a degree of protection for residents by not having to have a public hearing in the future. That doesn't preclude residents from coming back to council and speaking to council. So if an operator were to come forward in the future, requesting this site, asking for a land donation, residents could still speak to council at that time. So in your mind, the difference between reserving the right to have another public hearing in the future versus just the opportunity to speak to council on a potential agreement with an operator in the future. Why is it important to you to have that public hearing option versus just being able to speak to council at a regular council meeting in the future?
I guess the best way I can answer that is I'm not an expert on the process and how you run government. We're kind of learning it as we go. But, we see minutes from previous meetings, and I'm again, I'm not an expert on governance. My last name's Roberts but I didn't write the rules. I was trying to keep that but my point being is that the minutes say the intent. And I don't know how like a rescission at this point to me, and I won't speak for the others, doesn't mean anything. The intent and the direction is obvious. So the reason I say we know this is a one way we can slow the process. And once it's removed, then we've got to reinvest. Okay, what's our next way we can slow the process? And frankly, we've lost trust in the process. So we don't want this removed. And like Jeremiah said, this is, a gesture of good faith, if nothing else. Do you have to do it? No, but I think you do want to work with the community, whether it be for youth transition or whatever. And I think there's an opportunity today to rebuild that relationship. And that's how we're asking you to do it.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. We'll note in the minutes that you didn't write the rules. We will move now to Marnie Yomes to speak to council. Thank you.
Just checking. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good morning, Mayor, councilors. My name is Marnie O'Hamus and I live on 16 Gresham Boulevard in the Gardens. About a 3-minute walk from your parcel you are being asked to permanently redesignate today. I want to be direct about why I am here. I am a single mother of 2 daughters. Their bus stop is within 100 meters of this parcel. The CAO's 20's own mandatory minimum notification radius. I was not notified by mail. Neither were my neighbors that I have spoken with. Neither many of the businesses directly adjacent to 16 and 18 Sir Winston Churchill, nor the community groups that use Lions Park regularly. I'm not here to oppose youth in need. I believe we have the responsibility to care for young people who are struggling, and I mean that sincerely. What I'm here to raise today is a different question, whether this process has given the public a genuine opportunity to be heard before an irreversible decision is made. We heard today that we could look at it again later, so that gives comfort that you could change your minds. I don't believe this process has done what it needed to do. And I'll explain why that matters. What the MGA and the law require. The Supreme Court of Canada established in Baker in Canada the procedural fairness, the standard that you and every government decision affecting people's property and rights must meet, requires 4 things: fair process, clear notice, a real opportunity to participate in the decision, transparent decision-making. But this is not just a common law obligation. The Municipal Government Act itself imposes specific requirements on this hearing. That you may hear any person who claims to be affected by the proposal, and that public notice give enough information to know whether they are affected. I will show you today that that process has failed those requirements in 3 specific ways. First, the notice did not tell people what the decision is actually about. The public notice in the Gazette and on the site sign told residents an MR removal was proposed. That's it. It said nothing about why. The agenda report before council today states explicitly the why: to enable the land to be donated or sold at a nominal fee for facility, for the developing and the operation of a youth transitional housing. That is the stated purpose of this resolution and the bylaw. It was not in the notice. Think about what that means for someone in the Gardens who walked past that sign and was trying to decide whether to come today. They had no way of knowing what this land was being reclassified for. They had no basis to know whether they were affected and in what way, and whether they should participate or not. Section 606 of the MGA requires that the public be given enough information about the content of a proposed bylaw to be able to participate. It states at page 3 that the purpose of public participation is to allow people to understand proposals and provide meaningful feedback. A notice that omits the resolution's purpose satisfies neither requirement. 2, the required consultation did not occur. It requires mail notices to landowners or people affected within 100 meters for MR disposal. It states at page 6 that the notification distance is the minimum that may increase depending on the nature of the application. I would argue that given the declared intended use, that going beyond 100 meters is warranted. Given the location of the bus stop, I should have been notified. I was not. My neighbors were not notified. Amicom Properties developing the Grandin Park Plaza beside the site was not. The daycare was not. My understanding is that nobody from the Lions Club or the Farmers Market or other associations that use Lions Park and Senior Center or the Legion were not engaged, were not notified. The Alberta Council of Queens Bench confirmed, and where council knows or ought to know that specific parties have a legitimate interest in a proposed land use change, the obligation to inform and consult goes beyond the statutory minimum. The people of the gardens have a direct and legitimate interest in what happens to this parcel. The minimum was not met. The enhanced obligation that flows from council's knowledge of that interest were not met either. Also, you don't have complete and accurate information the MGA requires. And hearing the city manager today tells me that you don't have all the information. There were mistakes in the feasibility study. The accuracy was noted. Council's being asked to make a permanent decision based on analysis that measured the wrong number. The request for decision and the information that was provided lacks details and appropriate analysis. It says there's no financial risk. If you read the request for decision, it says there's no financial risk. It says that the consultation was complete. It was not. A further concern, and I'll just finish. I think what you've heard from me and my neighbors is that the process is fundamentally flawed. We are owed procedural fairness. You have not met that duty. And I think next steps that my neighbors could look at is challenging that officially with a judicial review.
Thank you very much for speaking in the presentation. I'd open it up to any council for questions. If there's none at this time, so thank you very much. We will continue foraging through the list.
Thank you.
And I'd invite Nathan Schultz to speak now, please. Thank you.
Hi, can everyone hear me? So my name is Nathan Schulte. I live at 48 Gresham Boulevard, so I'm less than 50 meters away from the proposed site. And I found out about this from one of my concerned neighbors. I didn't find out about it from a mailer. The first thing I heard was last week when one of the neighbors passed out their own thing. And I think Mr. Koratash came by and talked to me as well. So I don't feel like I was properly notified, especially given everyone's saying that within 100 meters was notified. I wasn't notified, and my backyard backs directly onto the proposed site. I have 2 young daughters. They play in the backyard all day long. They play in the back path all day long. Their safety is my biggest concern with the proposed youth transitional housing going in there. So what I'm really asking was the location chosen because it was the best available, or is it because it was available? Is that why it's being chosen? So really, I think it's the council's responsibility to protect the integrity and safety of our neighborhood. There's far better locations around St. Albert that can be used for this type of housing, better location to transportation, better location to healthcare like the hospital. This is quite far away from the hospital. If these are youth in need, they probably will need medical support as well. I think it's quite far away from the hospital. We've all worked really hard to grow our families in this neighborhood. It's such a young, bustling neighborhood with kids all over the place. We don't want to have to worry about our kids outside. So that's kind of what we're really asking for a pause on this removal of the designation. It's kind of all I really have. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schulte. Do we have any questions? And I don't believe so, so thank you very much. I'd invite Candace Hiltz to the microphone now.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Perfect. Good morning. My name is Candace Hiltz and I live on Gresham Boulevard. Who did not? receive a mail out. I would like to express my opposition to the proposal removal of the municipal reserve designation on 16 Sir Winston Churchill. I question why the urgency to remove this if a future use has not already been fully confirmed. There have been presentations, discussions, and articles suggesting that this parcel would be at an ideal location for a youth transitional housing facility. November 2022, a public discussion was promised. However, that never happened. 2024, a request for interest was issued, and in December 2024, there were 2 successful submissions. Both indicated they would require the land to be donated, or they would need future assistance in securing funding. June 2025, during a recorded presentation, Youth Transitional Housing Feasible Study Land Matter, 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue. 3 other locations were listed. A counselor asked what public engagement had been done, and the response was none. It was then directed to administration to bring forward a bylaw to remove it. In response to this motion, 2 counselors requested communication must be open and transparent, given the previous issues with the renaming of Grandin to Gardens. Yet here we are today with no open houses, and no meeting dialogue with residents until today. This overlooks the city and council's own policies, public participation policy on park renovation input and housing development form, and the municipal development plan, municipal reserve 11.2.4. Identify, demonstrate community need when considering the development and redevelopment of recreational facilities and parks. March 10th, 2026. During the meeting, a counselor confirmed this location was only a tentative address. Still, the same questions from that meeting and June's meeting remained unanswered. No request for proposal, no confirmed operator. Will the units be self-contained suites or dorm styles? Age range, a proposed age range is 13 to 24. How will safety be managed between minors and adults? No confirmed government funding now or even in the future. The number of St. Albert youths who might benefit from this facility. I am not against this facility. I just question this location. Given the number of uncertainties and the lack of transparency from the city, I respectfully ask councilors to vote against this. If approved, I ask council to consider another location that would not place vulnerable youth next door to a liquor store that is open from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. or 800 meters from a daycare. I ask council to maybe consider 13 Avenue. This location has a building on it. It's 800 meters, a 12-minute walk to the Alberta Income Support Building. It's 1.5 kilometers, a 20-minute walk to the St. Albert Food Bank and Community Village that have social workers on site to help access community-based support services. 70 Boudreaux, a 9-minute walk from the St. Albert Food Bank. Remember, these are all the alternative sites listed in your youth transitional housing feasible study. If approved, consider using this land for a low-income seniors complex. According to Statistic Canada, seniors are the fastest growing demographic across Canada. The city's community social roadmap indicates that 19.4% of St. Albert's population is over the age of 65. Yes, there is another building being constructed, 22 St. Thomas. However, it is a mixed development, not a standalone seniors complex. This would be in walking distance to the Seniors 50 Club, the Legion, and the library. The city's municipal development plan, Housing for Everyone, emphasizes municipalities can support aging in place by encouraging age-friendly design in new and redeveloping areas. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and hope that these questions will clearly be addressed before any final decisions are made to remove the MR on 16 Sir Winston Churchill.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I don't believe we have any questions at this time from council. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next up is B. Bradshaw to speak.
Good morning. Honorable Mayor, councilors. Thank you for attending today. This is a big meeting for some of us. I myself have lived in St. Albert and in my current residence for 40+ years. I'm currently residing 2 meters from this proposed site. The thought of a 3 to 9 story building literally 2 meters from my backyard is a real eye opener. Having been there for so long in this established neighborhood, you know many of the neighbors, many that have been there as long as myself, excuse me. Speaking to dozens and dozens of people on the Willow Trail, at the mailbox, at the grocery store. Everyone is the same way, a hard no to this transitional. It is not the place, it is not the type of thing that should be placed in this location. Many of my questions have already been answered, so I won't bore anyone by going over it again. One thing I noticed that has not been mentioned is one of St. Albert's greatest benefits, the natural woodlands that surround this property. Nothing's been mentioned of it. The fire hall was 2 stories. It lived for 60 years with causing no disturbance whatsoever in the neighborhood, and they left the woodlands untouched. I would really like to submit that any part or any building on this lot, that these trees are considered untouchable. It is one of the beauties of St. Albert. It should not be disturbed. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradshaw. I don't believe there's any questions, so we will continue down the list. Thank you. I'd invite Peter Menzel to the microphone. Peter Menzel? Oh, that's okay. Yep. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. I am one of the residents who lives within 100 yards of the proposed changes to the site. I am in opposition to the municipal change due to the fact that we have no input after the designation. What the City Council decides to do with it will be out of our hands. I would like to see some sort of, maybe it's an entrance into Grenier Park or another use for the land use zone. That area is heavily used between all the different festivals, parades. The park uses a lot. So there are other uses that can be used other than what's currently been proposed. Just seems like there hasn't been other options, at least from that I've heard of. Other options haven't been looked at perhaps as intensely as they could have. One question I would have is that has there been a public input study done for the land and what that will do to the downtown area as well as the residents of the gardens? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I don't believe there's any questions, so we will invite Kim Menzel to speak as well. Thank you.
Again, I'm not going to go over everything over and over again. The one thing I do want to say is please don't remove the MR designation so that we can build the trust again. I think that's my main thing is I just want to be included in the hearings so that I know what's going to happen to property that is within 100 meters of my home where my grandchildren play. And I would just like to be heard. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Menzel. I will invite Vida Nabian. I apologize for probably saying that incorrectly.
Thank you. You said it perfectly. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vida Nabian. I'm the resident of the Gardens. Today, I'd like to ask several questions about the proposal to remove the municipal reserve designation from the former Fire Hall #1 site. Municipal reserve land exists for a reason under the Municipal Government Act. It's intended to permanently protect land for parks, recreational areas, and open public space. My first question is this: if this municipal reserve designation is removed, what permanent community space will replace it for residents in this area? And if there's no replacement land identified, how does the city ensure that future residents still have adequate access to parks and open space as the population continues to grow? Urban planners often track parkland supply using parkland per resident ratio. So my next question is, has the city analyzed how removing this municipal reserve land will affect St. Albert's parkland availability per resident over the long term? And if the analysis exists, can the city explain how this decision aligns with the city's long-term open space and parkland strategy? Municipal reserve designations exist because cities historically learned that protecting open spaces, parkland, early prevents future shortages. So my next question is, if municipal reserve land can be removed for alternative uses in this case, what precedent does that set for other protected community spaces across St. Albert? And further, how will the city ensure that protected parkland does not gradually become a land bank for future development pressures? The former fire hall site is located near several key community assets. It backs onto an extensive trail system used daily by families and seniors. It's near one of the city's most active gathering areas, the St. Albert Farmers Market. It's also located along a major community corridor. Given those factors, my question is, what site selection criteria were used to determine that this location is appropriate for future developments? And many Canadian municipalities have removed MR designations from lands that they own. What lessons learned from other Canadian cities were used when selecting this particular location? Is this location truly the best possible place to support future developments, or is it simply the most available piece of land currently owned by the city? Because good communities are not built by reacting to problems. They're built by carefully designing solutions that serve both current residents and the future. Today, we heard a lot from our neighbors about transparency. We also heard that, and we learned today, I did, that there's a statement of intent regarding the purpose of what the site will be used for. So transparency and community engagement are essential when permanent designations are being changed. How will council ensure that residents remain meaningfully involved in future decisions affecting this site? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't believe there's any questions. I now invite Cam McDonald to speak.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. My name is Cameron McDonald. I live in St. Albert in the Gardens area. I'm not close to the fire hall properties, but I walk by that many times. I use that trail many, many times every year. I walk my dogs there, and I am concerned about the loss of municipal reserve land that is designated for parks and recreation. The proposed proposed development for this site does not meet the area's long-term sustainability. We are congested in many ways in St. Albert. This area is small, but very important. I think we have to retain this type of property for public use. I would say you could use it as a parking lot far better than anything else, just because of where its location is. But I also feel sorry for the people that are backing on this property, because this will have a everlasting effect on their property values and their standard of living. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Appreciate it. Councillor Cortash has a question to follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. McDonald. So if I understood you correctly, you're opposing using this land for something other than parkland? Is that like, so you would prefer to see this land remain as park or recreation land?
That is correct.
What do you envision? What do you envision? I don't know if I know you suggested a parking lot. I don't know if a parking lot would actually even be permitted under that, under parkland, but what do you envision that site, like a playground or just re-treeing it or renaturalizing the area? What would you envision for that site?
Well, playground would fit with the designation. That would be useful. Parking lot, the only reason I would suggest that is because there isn't sufficient parking in this area for all of the activities that go on. I don't know if you've ever tried to get to any of these activities and you're driving there from some location. I find it quite difficult. So that was just a suggestion I had. It might not be the best one, but it's better than the one that is proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. I believe that's it for questions. I will move to, is it Inez McDonald to speak? Inez? I have an Inez McDonald on here to speak as well. Nope, okay, sounds good. M. Proc?
Good morning. My name is Minnie Prock. I'm from 50 Gresham Boulevard, and what you're proposing would be directly behind my house. When I sit in my living room, I could see the building, the windows and everything. So I totally oppose what you're planning on putting up there. And I agree with all my neighbors, everything they've said. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you oppose the removal of the MR designation, or you oppose, or do you have an idea of what is planned there? Because it's been stated, the removal of the MR designation is not precluding us to, there's no decision made on the site.
That's right. I agree for have that removed also.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other, oh, Councillor Cortash again, yeah, please.
Yeah, just further to that, Mr. Mayor, what would you like to see on the site?
Oh, good question. I really haven't thought of it. I agree with Bart that I would really like to see the trees stayed, what are there. I really don't know. I really haven't given much thought, but I definitely don't want the transitional building for
the reason I ask is one of the, and similar to my last question, is that one could look at today's decision as a sort of a black and white decision. Do we want it to remain parkland or school, or not parkland and school? So do we have a vision of seeing that site developed or not developed? I realize the waters have been muddied by the feasibility report and the June motion on the transitional housing facility. I understand all of that. But if it comes down to a question of developing that site or not developing that site, or having it be parkland or not parkland, that's sort of what I'm interested in understanding more of today. Do you see that site being developed in the future?
I'd probably like to see it left as a parkland, as green space,
Okay,
you know. without-
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will ask Mr. Brad Weaver to come to the mic. Thank you.
Is working? Okay. Good morning. My name is Brad Weaver. I live in Gresham Boulevard, 30 Gresham. I've been there for quite some time. I want to be clear. I'm here not to oppose housing, the youth housing. I think finding solutions for vulnerable people in our community is important, and that's not my concern today. My concern is the process handled and whether people who live near this land actually had a fair chance to weigh in. I'll be upfront. I'm not within 100 meters. I'm in 200 meters. I found out this hearing from a fellow resident who reached out to me directly. I now know I'm not alone. Some of my neighbors wanted to be here today. They also found out late. They also live beyond notification boundary, and honestly, 10:30 on a Tuesday morning is not easy for people who work. Their absence today is not because they don't care. It's because the process didn't reach them with enough time to do anything about it. This is protected parkland. It serves the G's. It sits at the edge of Britlines Park. It's connected to Grenadier Park Trail System and a broader Red Willow trails that thousands of people use every single day. I don't know if the businesses next door were contacted. I don't know if the senior center was consulted. I don't know if Amicon, who is building right beside the site, was ever asked. I generally don't know, because there's no public record of anything that happened. And that's my concern, not what happened in the land, the process around it. Councillors have said on the record that no intended use has been decided, that this hearing is simply about designation. I take that to face value. But if that's true and no decision has been made, then I'm asking council just look around this room today and ask themselves honestly, does the community that uses this land, that lives beside it, walks past it, takes their kids to the park across the street, do they feel like they've had a real chance to be heard? Because where I stand, I am someone who found out from a neighbor. The answer is no. I did some reading before today. I understand that the city has policies that require meaningful engagement before the decision like this, that the community is supposed to be informed, consulted, and heard, and that there's supposed to be a record of that. A sign on the property in the middle of winter, an online portal that closed before this hearing, and a mail drop fewer than 7 homes. That is what happened here. I'm not a policy expert. I don't know how this goes, and the community was not engaged. So my ask is simple. Please pause the reclassification of this parkland project. Not cancel it, pause it. Do the engagement that should have happened here today. Reach out to people beyond that 100-meter line. Give the community a real chance to participate. Not on a Tuesday morning hearing found out from a neighbor. The land will still be there. The young people who need the housing will still need it. The opportunity to do this right away is still there. A pause costs nothing. Skipping the community does. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weaver. I guess to follow with some of the previous questions, do you have an idea of what you would like to see at that site?
Well, we can talk about that in the future if we just pause it. Like it could just remain parkland for now. There's no immediate rush. Like I drive by Granite Mall and it's eyesore. So
That's a separate issue.
I know, but
with
that's a
private
private thing,
property.
but-
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No, you can't ask questions from the public gallery. Sorry, Mr. Roberts. I would invite Ray Hemsworth to the microphone now to speak. Thank you.
Okay, now I lost it.
Good morning, council and mayor. I don't like public speaking, so I'm not really talking to you. Circulation, I want to just reiterate, not useful for me, the way you used, I got a pamphlet dropped at my house yesterday. First time I'd seen this being proposed. Mail out signage and the Gazette are a little passé. People just don't see that stuff. We moved to St. Albert 5 years ago because of its quaint, serene, beautiful trails with outstanding trees. When I ride the trails, I'm taken away from this outside world. It honestly takes me to Vancouver with the canopies of trees and stuff. If I understand correctly, changing this designation MR allows anything to be built, as it is now protected. So highest bidder gets the land. I was a group home parent to 6 delinquent teenage girls many moons ago, but the experience was never left me. The places these girls went to were the parks and the downtown, and I could get into more details as to how often we talked to the local police. I won't. This quaint little community would be changed forever. I plead along with the others to keep this land protected so as we can keep our worlds as safe as we can. Already we are losing the atmosphere with the new buildings being built. Let's not lose that beauty we have downtown. We can make another motion, is what I understand today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any questions from council. And I believe that concludes our list, at least the list I've been given for public speakers. Does council, I guess, have any other questions for administration? I will open that up. I do have one. I guess I could start. If the MR designation is removed and we are evaluating the options, be it through the RFP process with the youth transitional housing, which we've identified will not specifically pick a site, but the MR designation is removed and we evaluate the other options, which would be to sell. What safeguards do we or can we put in place to control what that development would look like? We've done it at 13 Mission, engagement with the developer there to ensure that what is going to be built potentially is going to meet what we believe is the needs for downtown. What can we do here? Or what safeguards would we put in place here to ensure that the community is represented and they have a say in it?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll start and then I'll turn it over perhaps to Ms. Peter, who can offer some. And so there's a few issues. I think in fairness, there's no way to exquisitely dictate every component of a development, right? I'll just say that up front. But the designation of the land, right, drives what can and cannot be built there in terms of a use. That is certainly one component of it. The form of a sale agreement could contain certain caveats, right, to drive towards a certain outcome, right, across that. And we have, our engineering standards, setbacks, all those bits and pieces, right, that would also have an impact on form and function on the site. Ms. Peter, did you want to jump in on any of that? But, and so there are a number of tools available, but the control is not absolute. I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you, Bill. And it's a good jumping off point. Should council determine that the property should be released and sold to another, or direct us to sell it for any other purpose, we would anticipate that there would be a redesignation to the land use that would have to occur on this site. So for example, if council deemed that this land should be sold to the highest bidder and it would be to a land developer, the one thing that they would need to still come in and do would be to redistrict the property, because the PPI designation is really set for institutional type uses. So if they wanted to put apartments, housing, mixed use development, commercial, gas station, whatever, that would require a redesignation and they would come in and apply to us for that designation. Then we would have a public hearing here as well. And we would be notifying members of the public about their proposal and we'd be giving our evaluation on their proposal at that time.
Just trying to formulate my thoughts. Is there any other council that has questions for administration? I don't believe so. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's it for questions for administration. I'd ask if there's anyone else in the public gallery that has not had a chance to make their submission, that if they'd like to speak. And I don't see anybody rush into the stand, so I'd ask for council to make a motion to close the public hearing today. Councillor Mackay, thank you.
That the public hearing on the proposed municipal reserve designation removal be closed.
Thank you very much. We go to a vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you. I hereby declare the public hearing closed. I think it's probably a good time to take a break. We will take a 45-minute break for lunch and continue with the motions after that. Thank you. All right, thank you very much for everybody's patience. Um, We will continue on and I would ask, so I guess to clarify, the motion is attached to both 16 and 18. I believe legal and ledge is ready if we do decide to split those, but I'd ask for Counselor to put forward a motion. Or the motion, pardon me. Yeah, we can, Marta, I think we'll split them and get those.
So if, if we can just understand the intention of what the motion is requested by council, then Ledge Services has them all ready to go. We just need to understand if the motion is to move the municipal reserve designation from 16 and 18, Sir Winston, or one or the other.
Well, we're split, like,
So we have, we have the motion in the agenda report was to remove both, so we can put one up for 16 first.
Yep.
And then we can put one up for 18 if that's the desired course, or we can put one up for both. I'm just needing direction on which motion is desired to be read into the record.
the first, so like 16 and then 18. I think would be the, how we want to do it. I think better to. And can we do 18 first?
Yeah, so 18 is the motion, reserve, the reserve and the PUL.
So the 18 is for the lot that the lift station is on. So if that one is approved, the MR designation is removed from that lot, then there is a bylaw to designate the PUL, which can follow thereafter.
Right, thank you.
And then go to the 16. After that, yeah, okay. Okay, so let's start with 18, please. Thank you. And I have Counselor Cortash will read that one.
So it would just request a minute to
Yep.
get it up on the screen.
Sure, yeah.
So lot 18 Sir Winston Churchill is lot 2 MR. So that's how you will be able to tell on the motion there. It's plan 2422556. Oh, you had it up. Block 2, lot 2 MR. That is the one for 18 Sir Winston Churchill. So if this motion was approved, then the MR designation would be removed only from 18 Sir Winston Churchill.
Go ahead. Yep, thank you.
Right, there we go. So then I move that the chief administrative officer notify the register of land titles that council has complied with the requirements of Division 9 use and disposal of reserve land of Part 17, Planning and Development of the Municipal Government Act with respect to municipal reserve land legally described as Plan 2422556, Block 2, Lot 2 MR, identified on the map entitled Municipal Reserve Designation Removal Map, and request that the register remove the municipal reserve designation from this lot.
Thank you very much. Before I accept it, is there any questions for administration at this time? Does not look like it. Okay, thank you. We will move it to a debate. And Councilor Cortash, you can open if you'd like to. Any other council wish to speak on this? No, okay, we can go to vote. And that motion passed unanimously. So we will move now to the bylaw 12/2026 to add public utility lot PUL designation. And I'd ask council to read that in first reading. Councilor McKay.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a question, administration. Do you want to make, designate a public by a utility lot? Is it clear that we're designating that one that we just did? Just for clarity?
That's correct. The bylaw and within the wording of the bylaw only applies to lot 2 MR. It's
Okay.
only for 18 Sir Winston Churchill.
Yeah, just not in the words. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that it's that last lot. Okay, that bylaw 12/2026 being a bylaw to designate a public utility lot be read a first time.
Thank you very much. We go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you. We can go to second reading.
That bylaw 12/2026 be read a second time.
We can go to debate if anybody would like to. I don't believe so. We'll go to vote. Thank you. That also passed unanimously. I'd ask for a motion for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Thank you very much, Councillor Bermansky.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 12/2026.
Thank you very much. We go to vote. That passed unanimously as well. Thank you very much. We go to third reading.
That bylaw 12/2026 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we have anything for debate, so we go to vote. And that passed unanimously as well. Thank you. Okay, I'd ask for council to bring forward the second motion related to 16 Sir Winston Churchill Ave.
Just request a second to get it up on the screen. So this one says Lot 1 MR, and that is for 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue to remove the MR designation off that site.
I'd ask for a councillor to make a motion when ready. So thank you, Councillor Clark.
That the chief administrative officer notify the registrar of land titles that council has complied with the requirements of Division 9, use and disposal of reserved land of Part 17, planning and development of the Municipal Government Act with respect to municipal reserve land, legally described as Plan 2422556, Block 2, Lot 1 MR, identified on the map entitled Municipal Reserve Designation Removal Map, and requests that the registrar remove the municipal reserve designation from this lot.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Before accepted, is there any questions for administration at this time? There is none, and we can move it to debate. And Councillor Clark, you can open if you'd like.
I'm going to wait and listen to what my colleagues have to say, and then I will close.
Not everybody rushed to speak at once here. Councillor Hughes?
Okay, I actually don't know how I'm going to vote still. This has been a very difficult morning, but I'll talk first because someone needs to talk. This is difficult in that somehow these two, through that motion last year, which I don't think was intentionally linked together, that the removal of MR somehow is now being translated into that we're going to be building a youth transition home. And there's also just the preconceptions of what a youth transition home is versus what the perception is of what it is. I'm hearing a lot of talk about delinquents and a lot of troubled youth, and that's not the intention behind a youth transition home. And so regardless of that, the fear of that, however, has now sparked a lot more public concern about what's happening on there. From a strict, just let's deal with the fact that this used to be a building on there and that we intend to still have some kind of development on there. And to do that, we need to take off the MR. It's a very simple decision. The challenge, and I think for everybody in this council that based on what I'm seeing from expressions this today, is that it's the perception that we are now somehow facilitating this to go forward without other public consultation. And the reality is that there will be public consultation, even if the MR is taken off. That council still has to, even if this was to go forward as a youth transition home, and I don't believe that that's the intention of this council, is to simply put it here without looking at other options. The last meeting was clear to get administration, and they echoed it today, that they're looking at other locations and other options to achieve this goal without necessarily having it on this piece of land, or even exactly as was being described before. So a lot of the concerns because of that one motion have now put us into a situation where we're linking two things together that really should not have been linked together. And the challenge that we're all facing today is that I think that in general, this council would like to see some kind of development on there, but it wouldn't remain simply a park because it wasn't a park to begin with. At the same time, we're not committing ourselves to anything else that we wanted to put on that piece of land. I understand the concerns of the residents about the unknown We don't know what's going on that piece of land. And if it was a youth transition home, we don't know who's running it. We don't know a lot of details, what the build is, the success rate, the costs, consequences if it doesn't go well, all those type of things. We don't have those answers to. And so when I try to figure this out, we have the municipal reserve that in an ideal world, we would have done this after we had some answers. And also had a decision about where we actually want to put that youth transition home period. So I respect the fact that there's a lot of concerns. I respect the fact that it feels like because these two were not meant to be tied together, but somehow are, that it feels like there wasn't the same level of public scrutiny opportunities that could have been presented otherwise. And so I appreciate all of that. I still don't know how I'm going to vote as I'm talking though, because of the fact that from a point of view, MR is just MR and we do plan to build. So the reality is that even if we say no today, the neighborhood and everyone else in the community should expect that this MR will be removed at some point and probably sooner than later. Hopefully if it does fail, that then we would be able to give some kind of assurance of what's there, it's going to be built there. It may still be a youth transition home, just to be clear. But even if what it is, at least there would be some kind of certainty into what would be going there for the public to have some kind of clarity about what, and perhaps less fear. It's the unknown is often the biggest fear. If it does pass, however, just understand that we still have to donate the land. We still have to agree to the money. We still have to agree to, they would probably want operational subsidies. There's a lot more commitment from council before a youth transition center and housing in any form would actually take place. And the RFP would go extended and there would be a lot more discussion. So this is not like tomorrow this will be happening and we don't know what's going to be going forward. There's a lot more scrutiny and due diligence that has to come forward. And I can tell you that no matter what happens, no matter where this is built and if it is built, I will be looking at it from the lens that if it was built beside me, what would I want to see as safeguards being put in place to ensure that it's successful and to ensure that my family both is and feels safe. And that the children that are housed there see improvements in their lives and are able to contribute to the neighborhood as opposed to taking something away from it. So that no matter what happens, that is what I'm looking for. But as far as which way to go today, I honestly don't know. Because this is a simple question that has somehow become a complicated answer. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hughes. I'll move it to Councillor Cortash now for comment.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Hughes. You didn't help me with my decision in any way, shape or form. Again, this is a hard job, right? And wake up at 3 a.m. thinking all the different outcomes and what could happen here. And the presentations this morning haven't made the decision any easier. You know, you've laid it out really well. In one sense, you can look at this as a black and white decision. This is either parkland or not parkland. Do we want this to be park or not park? And if that was all this was, I think it'd be a very easy decision for me. I personally don't envision this being parkland. This is developable land. It's been a fire hall since 1962, I think we heard earlier. Sure, I want to protect the trees in behind, but in terms of like the actual site where the fire hall was, to me, it's developable land. But we've had the waters muddied a little bit by the feasibility report, the motion in June that this be it's a site that's been identified and there's been that intent there for the youth transitional facility. And so what changes if we don't remove the MR today? What changes? If we remove the MR today, as you've indicated, Councillor Hughes, it doesn't preclude further consultation on this issue. It doesn't preclude further public engagement. We could remove MR and still have public engagement, still have presentations at council, still have town halls or an open house. And once the operator comes forward, I think we've clearly identified that it's one of our expectations that a potential operator, A, isn't limited to this site, but B, also there's an expectation that there be some public engagement. That would have to come back to council for any land donation or sale. So just if we removed MR, it doesn't preclude further consultation on this site. If we don't remove MR today, though, does it help engender more trust in the process? Does it give some reassurances to the public? One of the things that we've heard both in the written submissions and today is that this is the last opportunity for a public hearing. Sure, there may be other opportunities for engagement, but a public hearing is a little bit unique in the sense that it does have more notification requirements. It is a little bit more of a formal process. And so that sort of assurance that, maybe answering some of those questions around who the operator is going to be, what the facility is going to look like. If anything's become abundantly clear to me over the last few weeks is that there's very different interpretations in terms of what's being proposed. The picture that's been painted for me in terms of the type of youth transitional facility and some of what we've received in terms of comments are very, very different. And maybe by pausing this and having a few more questions answered might engender a little more trust in terms of the consultation. Having spoken with some operators of these facilities, one of the things that's become abundantly clear is that the opportunity to engage with the public and develop relationships with neighbors is critical. And I am a little bit concerned that we sort of cut the legs out from under that by proceeding with that, with the removal of MR today. So that's sort of where my head's at here. Like I said, if it was just about removing MR and we didn't have the other thing, it'd be an easier decision. So same place you're at, and look forward to what Councillor Bermanski and Patrick and Mackay have to say.
No,
Well, he's not on there yet, but it'll be.
I wait. I'll move it to Councillor Bermanski. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank council for splitting and dictating the utility be approved, which made sense to me, which I didn't know why they were mixed in the first place, but thank you for that. And going forward, this plan for the youth transitional, it's long before my time on council, 2016 or 18. I'm not sure where and when it actually started. And there's been so many different conversations, and it saddens me that we're at this point with this new council where this is all brought forward and all of a sudden the community's been disrupted, and that's not the way it should have went down. So my heart goes out to the community that had to come here in this situation. It should have never happened. To me, when you have a spot that you want to redevelop or what you're planning on putting on that property, that should be decided and then go out to the community and talk about the approval. And if you're doing the job right, it would be, there wouldn't be pushback from the community in my eyes. I mean, people could argue that sometimes the community will always push back, but I don't agree with that if you do things right and you plan, because we hear the voices of the community all the time. The other thing is if it's, say we decide something commercial that would be, smaller, enjoyable for the community or whatever, we're still going to have to rezone the land for that. And then there's community feedback there. If we remove this municipal reserve dedication right now, we have the policy, although distorted, it hasn't been retracted, that it's sort of somewhat approved the, a youth transitional without further debate. So that doesn't sit well with me. And I would like to have the community being able to sleep at night, not worrying about it till we decide who knows when, what we're going to do there. And we've given away land downtown. We've sold Mission Avenue land. We have lesser and lesser land in the area of downtown. I'm not even 100% sure we might want a skating pond there at some point. I just don't know. And I don't have an answer for the community. And to remove the municipal reserve for something that we don't even have an idea of what we're doing certainly doesn't make sense to me in the feeling it would push out to the community and the worry to the community and such. So my proposal is to do our, delay this, do our due diligence in deciding what do we really need, what do we really want, what fits with the community, and then come to change the designation of the land for that. At this point, it seems, although so late, it seems premature as well. So it's a very, very mixed and unusual situation But for me, especially when I've heard comments today related to DARP, the DARP changes, you know, some of those lands that are in that aren't even available anymore. We haven't fully decided what's happening with downtown. And that really is a connection of downtown, that spot. It's a very, very close connection. There's parking now in property that's, you know, not developed, that may be developed in the future. So with all the variables, again, I'm feeling this is premature. And I'm not voting in favor of this at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky. I'll move to Councillor Patrick.
Thank you. This Councillor Cortash said it right, like this is such a hard job. And this entire meeting, I've been going back and forth. Okay, I think I'm going to support this. Oh, no, maybe not. And so great presentations today. And I really appreciate you all being here. For me, I've really separated as a new counselor, and I think I said this in the March 10th meeting, I really have separated the two things in my mind where removing the municipal reserve, I think needs to be done. It has to be done at some point. And so the question for me now is, do I want to do it today or postpone it? And then the youth transitional housing is something that is not guaranteed to be on that site, but I do support in some capacity. Just where are we going to put it? I don't know. We don't know. I don't have answers for that yet. And my worry today, because I want to support this and remove the MR. I think that sometimes if we don't take the actions and take the steps, things kind of get we can't move forward. And this land has been sitting there for a long time. And so I want to move forward. My worry is that our community would feel like you don't trust us. And I hope that you can understand that no matter which way that we vote today, that MR has to be removed and that we would do our best to have that consultation going forward if a youth transitional house did go there. I did want to say too that while I don't live on Gresham, I do live very close to the area. I live in the Gardens, and I myself probably have passed you all with my dog. I walk by there often. So I do, I understand when you're talking about how busy it is and just like that area, I'm very familiar, especially in the summer. I'm in Lions Park almost every single day. So in that area, and I frequent Grenadier Park as well. So I just don't want people to think that that no matter how I vote, that I don't understand what it's like to be in that area, because I actually live very close. While I'm not as close as you all are, I am quite close. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say. It's a hard decision, but yeah. But I will say that I am leaning towards voting yes today. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. All good comments, all good discussion points, both on both sides. And if you're waiting for me to bring any clarity, sorry. I do want to re-emphasize that when this was brought forward back in June, perhaps it didn't need to be as prescriptive as it was, and it could have been really reworded a different way. But if you were the content or the context of that whole standing committee of the whole was really to continue the discussion, to look at what are the available opportunities for moving a youth transitional home forward. Plus also we got numerous presentations from administration and also the consultant that was basically hired to look at what this possibly could be. And but nowhere in that meeting was there ever or even on the approval that was approved unanimously. And I can't speak for other councillors that were there, but in my mind and in my thinking is that there would be certainly a great deal more engagement as to what this would be before it ever landed on a youth transitional home in that particular location. you know, a lot of good comments have been made about trust, making sure that we have the right um, plan, making sure that we have what what best fits that community needs to happen, and it needs to be with the community, not after, when we make that decision. And I recognize some good comments. I mean, this has got to happen sooner or later. I mean, otherwise, you know, and what that discussion could be would totally depend on what the proponent brings forward. But leaving the designation on currently allows for that greater conversation as to what could go on there and what best suits the community. So I'm probably leaning right now to delaying. I don't see there's any reason for us to rush forward on this right now. We have to have the discussion, but usually when we have these discussions come before council, when we do a redistricting, the proponent that brings it to us has a really good plan of what they're proposing for that location, and there's a lot of public engagement that has already occurred. So that's where I'm leaning forward right now. I don't see any really large barriers right now. I mean, and as other councilors have mentioned, maybe this is some sort of a youth hub, but it comes forward with the community's support, not after the community support. So I think there's absolutely no harm, as we've heard from presenters, in just pausing this, putting this on hold until we actually know what we're actually approving first.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, would you like to?
So I think it's important to begin by addressing some of the concerns that have been circulated in the Gardens neighborhood regarding this property. There appears to be a belief that council has already decided to build a youth transitional housing project on this site, and that the matter before us today is somehow a step towards that outcome. That is simply not the case. In 2025, a motion was brought forward at the Standing Committee of the Whole asking administration to explore possibilities related to youth transitional housing and to consider that this site is one potential option. Current council has already acknowledged that the wording of that SCOW motion was overreaching and regrettable. However, a SCOW motion is not a binding decision on council. It does not approve a project. It does not approve a site, and it certainly does not approve the gifting or the sale of municipal land. Any such decision would require a separate resolution of council at a regular council meeting, and that has not occurred. The matter before council today is much more limited in scope. We are considering the removal of a municipal reserve designation that currently restricts the land to uses such as parkland, recreation, or school purposes under the Municipal Government Act. Removing that designation does not approve development, it does not approve housing, and it does not predetermine what will happen on that property. What it does is allow council to retain options in the future should council determine that the land would be better used for other purpose. It is also worth remembering the history of the site. Fire Hall number 1 stood here for more than 60 years. Many of the surrounding homes on Gresham Boulevard were built shortly after, primarily in 1963 and 1964. This property has never been parkland. It was a municipal service site that the neighborhood developed around. Removing the municipal reserve designation simply reflects that reality and ensures that council is not restricted by a designation that does not align with the site's historic or potential future use. This is where it becomes confusing. However, at the end of the day, the issue before us is not simply administrative. There is a clear and understandable concern within the community that this step is connected to a predetermined outcome, and it is not.
I do want to take a moment to acknowledge administration. I appreciate the significant amount of work that has gone into this file. The backgrounder is thorough, it's well done, and I have no doubt this matter will move forward at some point in time in the future. But at this time, I don't believe we've reached the level of clarity and assurance that residents are looking for. Residents need to know in the decision made today that this council would not be approving a youth transitional housing project on this site, nor gifting, selling at a nominal fee, or otherwise providing this land to facilitate such a development. Until that level of assurance is clearly established, I am not prepared to support the removal of the municipal reserve designation at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I feel like that was your closing. I was seeing if you were going to have some comments, but I'll just before we go to vote, I'd just like to say, I think, you know, it's evident that the community directly affected has some concerns. I don't think the hard work is making a decision around the MR designation. I think the hard work starts after the MR designation is removed. And we have not had a discussion at any level regarding what we're going to do with this. We're just simply trying to reduce the restriction that's on it so we can have more fulsome conversations around what to do with this land. And I believe we have a responsibility to engage the community that would be directly affected. And I still believe we can do that. I don't think that having a lock on it to not be able to do anything is the right way to make some progress here and start to determine what we want to do with it. The youth transitional housing, I believe, is a matter in itself. And as a community, I think we have a responsibility to address social issues such as this. But that is a completely separate conversation. Once we see an RFP come back that potentially meets the needs that we have in the community. And I don't even think we've done enough to address that or assess that. So evidently there's lots of, opposition from the first reaction that it was going to go on this site. That's not the case. And the opposition says we don't want that. And I understand and appreciate that, but then it stops there because we don't see a lot of, well, this is what I think we could do with it. We just don't want that. Well, we haven't made a decision what to do with it yet. And I think we owe it to the public to determine what best sits there if we go in a different direction anyways. So to me, the decision of the MR coming off has to get done for anything to essentially be there, because it hasn't come to look like the favor would be to keep it as a park. So we have a lot of work to do around this regardless. And a rezoning or redistricting would require another public hearing. And I think we owe, also have the responsibility that if it was sold, which I think is far more than what's currently it's being expressed at for what it's worth, would need to be redistricted, and we would have the opportunity to ensure that what's going on that site is what is in the best interest or need for the community as a whole, as well as for those directly affected. So I'm in support of removing it because the hard work hasn't even been done yet. And there's nothing going to happen overnight without completing some significant consultation with the community when we have something to present to them. Restricting us from being able to have those conversations with, a private sale or developers doesn't move very fast when there's no certainty that they can even do anything on it. So at this time, I would support it, but with the assurance that the community would still be involved in the discussion going forward. So if there's no other comment, ask if there's any other commentary, and I don't believe so. So we can move this to a vote. Thank you. Okay, that motion failed with 1 for by myself and 6 against. And we will conclude that portion of the meeting. Thank you very much. We will now move to the bylaw section here for a presentation regarding bylaw 8/2026 regarding the offsite levy bylaw amendment 15 and the annual report. And I'll move it to Mr. Fletcher right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. We'll just probably need about 1 minute to do a swap out of presenters.
I can't believe you guys are gonna stay and listen to offsite levies. Like, if you guys understand offsite levies, please stay.
Thanks for coming, everyone.
No, it's the offsite levies topic that cleared the room.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think we're just getting the screen shared, and I will turn it over to the team on a very important topic of offsite levies, Councillor. I think, a critical enabler, right, to the city of St. Albert and our development community's ability to grow our community responsibly, right, and ensure that it's done so in a fiscally transparent and responsible manner. And so I will turn it over to the team who can do their introductions. I'm not sure, Abram or Jordan. Donnie, I will turn it over to Ms. George, who can sort of work back towards me, I think probably in order here to set the presentation up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor and Council. This afternoon, we are going to present on the offset levy amendment 15 for 2026, and also the bylaw update, the report update for the offset levy rates. To my right, we have Jordan Betteridge, Manager for Asset Management, Land and Integrated Infrastructure Services, and also Abram Iskander, who is the offset levy specialist. I will now pass on to Abram for taking us through the presentation.
Hello, Council. My name is Abram Iskander. I'm the city's offsite levy specialist. Today, I will be presenting on the 2026 offsite levy bylaw update and the annual report for 2025. We'll start with an overview of offsite levies, and then we'll present the proposed changes to the bylaw. As the city grows, it needs new infrastructure to support this growth. For example, roads, sanitary and storm pipes, and water reservoirs. A front-ending party, either the city or developer, will pay for the project initially, and all the development that uses that infrastructure will pay their share of the costs through offsite levies. So it is a mechanism to recover the capital cost of infrastructure that supports growth. All parties that benefit from a project will pay their share of the costs. In St. Albert, we collect offsite levies for new arterial roads, sanitary and storm infrastructure, and water infrastructure. The benefiting share is split between new development and existing development, or you'll hear that there is a developer share or a municipal share in a project. A clear example of this is the recent upgrades on St. Albert Trail. These upgrades will benefit both residents in Woodlands and in Jensen Lakes, so both existing development and new development. The overall offsite levy program is valued at $846 million, which includes both constructed and planned infrastructure. Since 2010, when the offsite levy bylaw was initially passed, developers in the city have constructed $272 million of that infrastructure. These investments demonstrate the commitment to support growth and development in the city. As you can see, the majority of costs have been in the roads category, followed by sanitary, water, and lastly, storm infrastructure. The offsite levy bylaw is what contains all the eligible projects and the current levy rates. Under the bylaw, the OSL projects and rates are reviewed at least every 3 years. The city, however, updates the bylaw annually. This more frequent update allows the rates to reflect new information as it becomes available and helps avoid major swings in the rate if it were updated only every 3 years. Each year, an annual report is prepared for council. And this annual report details what infrastructure has been constructed, the costs of completed projects, estimated costs for projects still to be built, reimbursements that are made to front-ending parties, the amount of offsite levies collected in the previous year, and the balance of the offsite levy reserve accounts. The bylaw was last updated in March of 2025. The city has an offsite levy working group, which is made up of developers and city representatives. The group meets throughout the year to discuss and recommend changes to both the OSL bylaw and how the program is administered. There were 3 meetings in 2025, and recommendations from those meetings include publishing a list on the city's website of eligible road costs for reimbursement or cost recovery. The working group also voted on a methodology for determining connector road benefiting shares, and both these items passed unanimously. Plans for the working group in 2026 include continued discussions and consultation on the city's front-ending policy, discussing boundary conditions and oversizing procedures, any new projects that may be added to the bylaw from master planning documents that are currently being updated, and continued discussions about development and project staging. The following public consultation was completed for this year's bylaw update. In December, the working group was provided a high-level overview of expected changes to the bylaw. Any information or major changes that were known at that time was shared with developers. Once the model was updated, there was an information session that was held on February 19th. There was a mail out to 115 landowners, inviting them to the session. Landowners and developers had time to submit any questions or comments until March 5th, and no comments were received. Lastly, the bylaw amendment was advertised in the Gazette on February 26th and March 5th. There are a number of factors and inputs used when determining the offsite levy rates. We need to first identify what infrastructure is required to support growth to the boundary of the city and some rough cost estimates. This is informed through the Utility Master Plan and Transportation Master Plan. These plans ensure that pipes and roads are sized to support the ultimate build-out of the city. These plans also inform which lands will benefit from each project. Then we update cost information. Project designs provide more accurate cost estimates, and it's an opportunity to review the benefiting parties of the project. As project design progresses, cost estimates continue to be updated. Initial estimates would include 15% for contingency and 15% for engineering. When construction occurs, actual project costs are used in calculating the rates. Lastly, we consider development forecasts over the next 25 years. This development forecast informs project timing and expectations of project cost recovery. There are 83 OSL reference areas in the city, which represent different servicing boundaries. Each area may benefit from a different set of OSL projects. Development is forecasted for each of these areas, and these are informed through planning documents where they're available. This would include approved area structure plans, redistricting applications, approved subdivisions, and expected growth patterns in the city. Areas that may develop later in the forecast are guided by the city's historical average absorption rate plus some growth. Levies are calculated and charged on the remaining net developable area, regardless of land use. For example, both residential and non-residential development within an OSL area will pay the same rate. Levies are not charged on lands dedicated for arterial road right-of-ways, environmental reserves, municipal reserves, or stormwater management facilities. Growth assumptions for the forecast in 2026 were updated to reflect the following information. Active developers provided target growth rates for their developments. The lands developed through executed development agreements in 2025. Adjustments as well were made to the gross area and environmental reserves from the Northeast Area Structure Plan. The 25-year forecast was reduced by about 9% this year. This brings projections closer to the city's long-term historical development rate. Even with the reduction, we're still projecting higher than average growth over the next 25 years. The area removed were all within the 2022 annexation lands and were in the later years of the forecast. Previous estimates were based on the 2021 annexation growth study. And during a review for the infrastructure master plans that are currently being updated, we reevaluated these assumptions from 5 years ago, and we're adjusting the growth outlook accordingly. The map there shows what lands are included in the 25-year development timeframe, so from 2026 to 2050. The green areas are anticipated to develop within 25 years. Areas in orange are starting to have some lands included in that time frame, and the gray areas are all anticipated to develop after 2050. There's just over 2,300 hectares of net developable area in the city. Of that, 499 hectares have developed since 2010 when the bylaw was first passed. It's expected that 1,034 hectares of land will be developed within the next 25 years, and that leaves 770 hectares anticipated to develop after 2050. These figures will be further refined over time as land use planning progresses and we get more details about the latest annexation areas. The slide here is an example of how project costs are allocated to benefiting parties. Project costs are divided by the lands that benefit from it to get a dollar per hectare rate. So the more lands that benefit from a project, the lower the project rate will be. You'll see there that Area 1 benefits from both Project 1 and Project 2, so it'll pay its share into both of these projects. Area 7 here only benefits from Project 2, so it'll only pay towards Project 2. And so the total levy rate for an area will include all the projects that it benefits from. Or another way to look at it is how many projects are required to support its development. Sanitary and storm categories have specific benefiting basins, so each area is going to pay a different rate. The road and water categories have one basin across the city, so all areas in the city pay the same road and water levy rates. The OSL model contains a staging adjustment that will increase or decrease the rates to account for the impact of time. These impacts include inflation, interest on the reserve accounts, when projects are expected to be constructed, and when development is expected to occur and the associated levies are collected. Staging is important because it accounts for the fact that projects may be built now, but levies are collected gradually as development can occur over many years. Staging ensures that the levy rates charged today reflect the timing difference of when infrastructure is built and when development actually pays for it. The infrastructure reserves represents the running balance of all levy collections and project expenditures at a point in time. A positive reserve balance means enough levies have been collected ahead of project construction. A negative reserve balance means infrastructure had to be built before the levies were collected. This is when front-ending is required. When the reserve balance is positive, it earns interest based on the city's short-term average rate of return, which is 4.36% as of 2026. When the reserve balance is negative, the reserve is charged interest based on the loans to local authorities 20-year debenture rate, which is 4.30% as of December 30th, 2025. The levy rates are adjusted in the current year so that at the end of the 25-year forecast, the reserve balance is at least zero, and we'll see that later on. The next staging adjustment is for project timing and costs. The model assumes infrastructure costs are recovered over 25 years, starting from the year a project is built. Once construction begins, the full cost is included in the current rates, even if some benefiting lands will develop after 25 years. The model only includes part of each project cost that fall within the next 25 years. So as a project gets closer to construction, more of its costs enter the rates until the full amount is included. So the example there, a project plan for construction in year 10, it only contributes 15 years of cost to the current rate. The next year, 16 years are included, and this continues until the project starts construction. Think of it as a sliding scale until construction actually occurs. And lastly, levy collection only occurs when development actually happens in a benefiting area. Lands outside the 25-year forecast, for example, some of the annexation areas, do not contribute to cost recovery since they're assumed to receive minimal benefit from a project. For example, the infrastructure may be 25 years or older by the time an area develops. As a result, current development pays a larger share of project costs until additional lands begin to enter that 25-year window and begin contributing to the project costs. Now we'll go over the 2026 updates to the bylaw. The road levy for 2026 is $267,079 per hectare. It's a decrease of about 3% from last year. This was primarily driven by changes in some project start years and some phasing opportunities for projects over 2 lanes. Some examples include Fowler Way, which is project 14. So that extends from Ray Given Drive here all the way north to St. Albert Trail connecting there. This was staged for construction in 2030 instead of 2028 in last year's update. Project 42, which is Range Road 260, that's this range road here south of Villeneuve, and it runs past the Chereau neighborhood and into the Lakeview Business District there. There was a traffic impact assessment for St. Albert West ASP, and it identified the need for twinning. So you'll see the total project cost increased to reflect that update. However, the need for the 4 lanes is staged further out in the development forecast. And lastly, project 42, 45, and 46. So it's just continuing up to the north boundary there. These changed benefiting shares from 90% to 100% developer share. This was done as part of the 2025 working group changes, which I mentioned before, which aligns connector road benefiting shares with traffic impact assessments. The total project cost of road category is $550 million. Once we subtract out the grants and previous permanent area contributions, the remaining balance is $507 million. The city's share of road projects is $86 million. The developer's share beyond 25 years is $90 million, and that leaves $330 million within that 25-year timeframe. Once we subtract out the levies that we've collected to date, that leaves $252 million there in bold, which is the basis for the current road levy rate. The graph here shows the projected road OSL reserve balance to 2050. It's projected that most of the future expenditures will be within the next 15 years. The current negative balance reflects the significant expenditures and investments in road projects to date. The deficit is factored into the levy rates, and as I stated before, the rates are adjusted to achieve that zero balance at the end of the 25 years. And so this is recovered from development through the levies, so there's no impact to the tax base there. There may be additional road projects required in the recently annexed lands of the city. These projects will be identified in the Mobility Choices Strategy, which is the Transportation Master Plan update that's underway. So the reserve balance may look different moving forward. The 2026 water levy rate is $20,897 per hectare. It's a decrease of about 9.5% from last year. This reduction was primarily driven by Project 11, which is the Northwest Reservoir fill line. So you'll see there, it runs from the North Reservoir out west to Project 18 there, which is the Northwest Reservoir. The construction date was updated outside of the 25-year development timeframe, which aligns with the timing of the Northwest Reservoir itself. The need for that specific Northwest Reservoir is being evaluated as part of the ongoing utility master plan. Additionally, no development is forecasted in these areas up in the north here over the next 25 years, so the need for that fill line to support development is not anticipated at this time. Project 14 as well, which is the Giroux East Transmission Main, so that runs just right in front of Belrose High School actually. The project was completed and actual costs came in less than the estimate from the previous year. The total project costs for water are $119 million. Subtracting out the grants, we're left with a balance of $116 million. The city's share of water projects is $10 million, and the developer's share beyond 25 years is $55 million. And that leaves $50 million within our 25-year forecast. Subtracting out the levies that we've collected as of December 2025, we're left with $23 million, which is the basis for the water levy rate. Here's the projected water reserve balance over the forecast period. The water reserve is expected to have a positive balance until the North Reservoir is anticipated to be built in 2032. The water reservoir is a good example of where enough levies are being collected ahead of project construction. So any water projects will draw from the reserve for funding, and any funding amounts that exceed the reserve balance would require front ending. The utility master plan is currently being updated, and any changes would be incorporated in future bylaw updates. The sanitary levy rate increased by a weighted average of 1.9%. Major changes included for Project 2, which is the Northeast Gravity Trunk Lift Station and Force Main. So that's part of the Northeast servicing projects there. The cost estimate for pipe storage and the sluice gate was added to the total project costs. The pipe storage component is staged for 2026, and the remaining costs are staged for 2028. You'll note the staging for the Northeast was based on information available as of December 2025. This staging was communicated to developers at the last working group meeting of the year in December, and the assumption at that time included the potential for a grant which would cover 40% of the Northeast project costs, and there was also a tri-party agreement which was being discussed between the city and two developers. Since that time, administration has been made aware that the grant was unsuccessful, and one of the developers has withdrawn from the servicing agreement. So any of this new information and the project staging will be reevaluated, and it'll be updated in next year's 2027 bylaw update. Project 8, which is the North Interceptor Trunk, which extends out west past Riverside neighborhood into Lakeview and ends just south of Choureau. The actual construction cost came in less than previously estimated, and it helped reduce the overall costs. And lastly, we have Project 14, which is the Northeast Lift Station up here. The project is staged for 2028 to coincide with Project 2 construction. Total sanitary project costs, 134 million. Subtracting out the grants, the project balance is 124 million. The city's share of sanitary projects is 1.2, and developer share beyond 25 years is $5 million. So that leaves 117 within the 25 years. Subtracting out the levies that we've collected to date, we're left with $97 million, which is the basis for the current sanitary rates. This figure shows the sanitary reserve over the next 25 years. Currently, there's a negative balance of about 40 million, decreasing further with the construction of Project 2 and 14 relating to the Northeast servicing. Any changes, once again, from the utility master plan will be incorporated in future updates. Lastly, we have the storm levy which decreased by a weighted average of 13%. Major projects or major changes here include Project 4, which is the Carrot Creek erosion control. You'll see there are multiple points along the creek in the city. There was a grant received for $2.8 million this year, which reduced the total project costs. And we also have Project 5, which is the Northeast Area Storm Trunk Sewer and Outfall, which is part of the Northeast servicing. And the construction year was updated to 2028, similar to my comments on the previous Northeast servicing projects. The total storm project costs are 41 million. Once we subtract out that grant that we received this year and previous agreements, we're left with $38 million. The city does not have a benefiting share in storm projects. The developer's share beyond 25 years is 2.1 million, which leaves 36 million within the 25-year time frame. Subtracting out the levies that we've collected, we're left with $31 million, which is the basis for the current storm rate. The projected stormwater reserve over the next 25 years shows currently there's a positive balance of just over $1 million. The major expenditure there is Project 5, which is the Northeast Storm Trunk and Outfall. This flow chart indicates how offsite levies collected annually are reimbursed to front-ending parties for their additional costs incurred. A developer pays offsite levies and it gets deposited in the reserve accounts. We have reserves for each infrastructure category. This is because the MGA states we cannot use road levies to pay for sanitary projects. It has to be used within the category that it was collected for. If there are no front-ending parties waiting for recovery, the levies simply just remain in the reserve. An example would be the water reserve, which we saw has a positive balance. If a front-end party is owed recovery, they'll be reimbursed each year from the levies collected within a category. Developers will get some of the levies, and so does the city, and it's based on a proportion of outstanding balance owed. When the city gets repaid, it uses those funds either to make debenture payments on projects it's borrowed for, or it uses available funds to invest in other offsite levy projects. As long as the city is reimbursed enough levies to make the debenture payments, there is no impact to the tax base. The city collected $9.5 million in levies paid by development in 2025. The amount after offsetting, land credits and holdbacks was 7.9 million. Offsetting is essentially infrastructure that's built in lieu of making a cash payment. The total levies collected to date are $130 million. As of December 31st, 2025, we had front-ending parties waiting to be reimbursed for roughly $71 million. The city's portion is about 91% or $65 million, with the developers waiting to be reimbursed for 9% or about 6.1 million. Almost all of the front-ending projects waiting for reimbursement are related to roads or sanitary projects. So you'll see for the city, 50% of our front-ending balance is towards sanitary and 48% is towards road. For developers, 93% is towards roads and 7% to sanitary. Council is being asked today to reimburse parties approximately $8.5 million in accordance with council policy. Calculated as a pro rata amount after priority payouts, 89% will be reimbursed to the city and 11% to developers. That will leave $63 million in total front-ending costs still to be paid out. There will be no outstanding reimbursement obligations for the storm and water categories after this year's reimbursement. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Abram. We appreciate it. We will open it up to questions here, and I'll move it to Councillor Hughes to start. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, a couple of things. You mentioned the sliding scale, and forgive me. I somehow missed a little bit of it. So if it's coming at 15 years, are we charging more as it gets close to the 15 years, or how, just explain that sliding scale again to me when as the project approaches, how we treat it differently?
Yeah, so we look at cost recovery as 25 years from the start of construction. So if construction's not happening till year 10, that means technically only 15 years are within the next 25 years. So we're only going to charge the project costs for that 15 years. If project actually was constructed today, then the full 25 years we'll start collecting for that full 25 years.
Okay, I
So
understand.
each year it starts to get a little bit closer and more costs are included in the model.
So why would we not, the problem this is what I'm trying to grip my head now that I'm hearing this, is that we have to pay for the whole thing up front. So if it's 15 years from now, I have to pay for the full $100 million in the 15-year mark. So we're going to have to, so why would we only collect, I understand that we're doing this on this scale because we're doing 25 years out, but we still have to pay that full amount at that one time. And the odds are it's going to go up in the next 15 years, because of inflation. So I'm trying to figure out why we would do that. I'm just trying to understand your thought process.
Yeah, that's a good question. So inflation, I'll start with that, is included in the project costs. So if it's not until year 10, we do inflate the costs to recognize that it's going to happen in the future. Also, we can only collect what developers today are going to benefit from a project. So if we're charging them more than what they're technically benefiting from over the next 25 years. So that's what the rates will be adjusted to do, is just to ensure that the levies that we're collecting today reflect the benefiting share that developers are paying today.
Okay. So I'm not sure if it's you or who you need to ask, maybe Donnie, because you're here. What are the projects that we are recommending to approve in the next 5 years? Do we know? Because I know we have some kind of timeline of what we think. Are there anything that are expecting coming before council's desk this term?
I'll start and you can start. So definitely a few are already in your capital plan, like Fowler Way is identified as a potential offset levy project that city could front end. So you're talking about what projects could be funded by the city, right? So it comes as required. Mostly we look into major projects that with a high amount of cost associated with it, that one developer cannot afford to front end. That's mostly what comes in front of council for approval. So Fowler being one, I know council has a council motion for administration to address for the Northeast Servicing, so they'll come in front of council for decision in Q2. So those are the two I can think of. Anything to add?
I'm sorry, Donnie, you just faded out a little bit there. What were the two again?
Fowler Way
Okay.
and Northeast Servicing is to be
Okay.
debated in.
That's coming one way or another here. Yeah, 5 weeks. But past that, there's no other projects that are being expected to come before. I know that things are subject to change and sometimes things become imminent, but in our 25-year plan, because you have, obviously it's a sliding scale. So there's nothing that's being expected to come on board in the next 5 years. Would that be correct? Or
We've
what do you?
already approved the Lakeview Servicing infrastructure. That's part of the offset levy projects as well.
Right.
North St. Albert Trail Phase 4 and 5 could potentially come in the next 15 years, depending on how growth advances.
Okay.
So North Reservoir could be another one too. Don't know if you wanna add.
Yeah, I could jump in here.
Yeah.
I guess the first thing is that like our offsite levy model isn't meant to be translated identically into a capital plan. It's meant to have estimated staging of these projects just to help identify what the levy rate is going to be required. That's why we update it every year. But one of the main things out of the offsite levy is it doesn't really choose who's front ending it. So that's always been one of the hard things for us to take an offsite levy plan and move it into like a council approved capital plan, is that there's a lot of projects that developers want to actually construct themselves. And I believe there's that outstanding motion about that front ending policy as well. Like we definitely want to find out more clarity on who's front ending certain projects. And as Donnie pointed out, usually it's the big projects that developers can't handle that we need to account for. So with that policy coming forward, that will help us translate a lot of these growth related projects in the model into the city's capital plan. We're not quite there yet. But Donnie did point out the big ones that we have on our radar.
Okay, so I'm wondering, Fowler got pushed back, it looked like, by 2 years to 2028 to 2030, which I know Councillor Clark is probably the opposite direction of which way she wanted it to go. Can you explain why you're recommending that or why we pushed it back?
Yeah, that project is being evaluated as part of the mobility choices strategy. So that's the transportation master plan that's currently being updated. So they're looking at the road functionality and if it's required to service and for the amount of volume that we'd be expecting over the next few years. I do know that transportation is online, so if they had any comments on that, I can defer to them.
So Dean, if you want to add anything, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Donnie and Abram. To some degree, we're in process right now on doing preliminary engineering with Fowler Way. So work is in progress to ultimately deliver it. The timeline for construction was delayed or deferred for 2 years right now, largely in part because we are still dealing with some land acquisition, finishing off the preliminary engineering design. And there's no imminent direct servicing required from the roadway to suggest expediting the work. So as Abram mentioned as well, the timelines for actual delivery of Fowler will be part of the network assessments that are happening with the mobility strategy. And so those will be better defined and validated through our actual growth modeling and forecasted population kind of horizons and servicing needs.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more, unless you had something else you wanted to say. No, you're good. Okay. Okay, now you're estimating a decrease in land so that a decrease, like the last time we did an estimate, was it last year or was it 5 years ago? Because I kind of heard both, 5 years ago. So is it because we're not recommending developing to the north right now? Or what was because I realize it's kind of based on what the past has been, but then what was the driver to say that it would be above what we're doing, but less than what we were estimating 5 years ago?
So as part of the utility master plan and the transportation master plan update, one of the inputs into that is what does development look like? So during this update process, it was an opportunity for administration to evaluate development staging over the next 25 plus years. And so this was an opportunity for us to reevaluate the assumptions that were made 5 years ago as part of that annexation growth study. So we just took a look at that and realized that some of the projections were quite higher than what the average has been over the last 16 years. And so it's just been a little bit of an adjustment down. Recognizing as well that any further adjustments, there still needs to be some more engagement with the development community. So that's something that, as I stated, in 2026 is planned for discussions as part of the working group, that we'd want to engage with developers over the next year and understand what these projections look like.
Okay, I have just a couple more quick questions. Although this one may be a little complicated. So the Northeast, I know it says in there's a footnote, we had it planned because we had a grant planned, but I believe that we were still had it included in the offsite levies even before last year. So did the placement of it change and did the amount change? Because did we include the grant in it for last year or did we include we counted the full amount? That's what I'm saying. So it's the full amount, but we had changed the year it was going to start based on the grant? Or what changed with the Northeast Servicing related to the grant last year that we no longer will be getting?
The grant was not included and has not been included in the offsite levy model because it was just not received. So we only include grant amounts that have actually been confirmed in the offsite levy model. The staging for this year reflected the idea for a pipe storage in 2026, which would bridge to 2028 when there was potential for that grant to come in. So we try our best, recognizing that if the Northeast was going to come and is imminent, just trying to recognize what the staging might look like in terms of making sure that we collect enough levies in the near term.
Okay, so, and before that, because so it sounds like the Northeast as of 2025 and this year, because of just the way the grants came, et cetera, that was planned for 2028. So before that, was it also planned for 2028 or was it planned later in the 25-year period?
It was staged in 26 in previous years. The reason is that it's just a matter of, as Jordan stated, it's not necessarily to say that it's funded or that it's going through, but the model recognizes that that project is within like a closer window than 25 years. So we just need to ensure that we're collecting levies for that project potentially to be happening sooner.
Okay. Thank you for all this. I'm understanding what you're saying. The other thing I have though is, so the land you had the benefiting lands that were green, would that be then all the lands that would benefit from the Northeast Servicing moving forward? No.
No, there would be lands that were in gray that were outside the 25 years that would still benefit from the Northeast Servicing.
How much of that do we know? Like, was it about half or?
I don't have that number.
Okay, I know, it's just like a ballpark. When we discuss this next month, that would be very helpful to have that understanding. So we approved the Northeast, we have it in here, we have an expectation that we are going to approve the Northeast Servicing in less than 25 years from now, actually right away. But we didn't have all the benefiting lands in there because we did not think that they were going to be completed in 25 years.
That's right. So as I said, the staging reflects the fact that some of those benefiting lands for a project might not actually develop until after 25 years. So what happens is that the current development actually pays a higher proportion because they're using that new infrastructure today. That developer that comes in 25, 35, 40 years from now is going to be using a 25-year-old, if not older, sanitary pipe, right? So their proportionate share or benefit of what they're getting from that is much different.
Okay.
Sorry, Councilor, we'll just pull the map up real quick.
Sure.
And so the team can certainly speak to this, but if you look at that, the majority of the lands, I think, influenced by the Northeast are actually captured in that green, but I would defer, again, don't have any.
Yeah, so they'd be up in here, these areas here, they would not be included.
Okay, and so if the Northeast was to get approved next, then would they be included at that time? Still not included.
But I think that's the value of the annual revisit, right? And so if we start getting indication over a few years that in fact those are going to be included, the model would be reflected. But right now, based on our future assumptions, future analysis, right, we don't believe that's going to fall in the 25-year window.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you guys right now. I'm just trying to gather an understanding. Whether I agree with it or not, that's another story. One other just quick note was that when I look at this, the amount of money that's expected for us to help development actually occur. I really think that, you know, with the Alberta municipalities ask for calls for resolution, there should be a call for resolution. If it's maybe we could put this forward to whatever. I don't care if you want me to do a motion or if we want to just bring it forward at the time of. That this education tax or other taxes the province is collecting, they should take on some responsibility to help us pay for it, because all of our debt is just going to go to servicing for the development unless we actually see the province recognize that partnerships need to happen to facilitate this type of development. And they talk about affordable housing, but if we can't actually afford to build the homes because the offset levies are so high and the city can't afford to bankroll this because of our debt limits, it's not possible. So I'm just saying that perhaps a municipality's resolution, if you want me to put it forward in motion, I'm happy to do it, Mr. Fletcher. If you think it's fine, I will leave it in your capable hands of the staff. But I think that we need to, one of the resolutions should be that the province should be talking about not just putting everything on us for development, but how could they help us make this a reality. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cortesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to admin. I've got a few questions. First, let me say though, this agenda report was humbling. I like to think I'm pretty good at reading technical documents and sifting through the details, but man, oh man, this challenged my intellectual ability. That being said, obviously a lot of rigor has gone into this and very, very thorough, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I can see why. I can see why you chased people away there, Ken, from the gallery. Okay, so a couple of questions. I figure if I ask a few questions every year, by the end of 4 years, I'll get this. The basins. I have questions about the basins. So we use a basin approach for. One basin for road and water, and then multiple basins for sanitary. I'm just wondering if you could help me explain that again, or help me understand why a different approach for each one, and what those basins, why that approach is taken differently for each of the different types of infrastructure.
So for transportation and water, they're one basin, because the assumption there is that any improvement in a road network is going to improve a lot of the overall road network. Same with water. When you improve or expand on the water, it just helps the redundancies and flows across the city. So it's not specific. It helps the overall network. With something like sanitary, there might be only certain areas that are actually discharging into a certain pipe. Same with storm. So it's very specific to the areas of where the drainage actually flows to use that infrastructure.
Okay. Okay, understood. Just to, not to push back, but just to understand. So roads, for example, a road in a neighborhood, wouldn't it benefit a certain neighborhood? Like an arterial road is benefiting a certain neighborhood more than the rest of the city, or?
So neighborhood roads are not typically included. It's only arterial roads. So think of like major road networks that would connect multiple neighborhoods to the overall network.
Understood. Thank you. Next question I had was with respect to, so you said that the sanitary reserve has a negative balance or will have a negative balance. How do you have a negative balance in the reserve? Is that because of the front ending and we've front ended projects and so we're owed money? Is that what you mean by negative balance?
Yeah, so the negative balance just reflects that there's front ending costs that was incurred. And there's also interest on that as well. So that money there's a carrying cost to that money being spent before it was collected, and waiting until development actually occurs to collect that money back.
Okay. So negative balance in the reserve, but we're expecting revenues to come in as the development occurs, which will then replenish that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
This maybe gets partially to what Councillor Hughes was commenting on with respect to the province and just with respect to funding growth and offsite levies. Obviously, from the report, it's clear that the city fronts end the vast majority of the development, particularly, and my document closed here, but particularly on the roadside and what was the other one? I think it was oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, road infrastructure, there's a few more developers, but whether it's road, water, sanitary, the city's front ending most of it. But just generally, why is it that the city front ends most of it as opposed to developers? There's probably multiple factors. Is it just fiscal capacity? Like the city has more ability to do that? Or is it, like, why do we front end most of it? I guess. I don't know if you can
Yeah,
answer that.
some costs are, as you said, like cost prohibitive for developers. So if it's a very large amount, it can be cost prohibitive for a developer to come in and pay for it. The city also gets quite competitive rates when we borrow from the loans to local authorities. So our interest rates are typically lower. And we can also borrow on a full amount, on the full project amount, without necessarily putting up any sort of equity. So there's definitely some advantages to a city front ending and borrowing versus a developer.
Okay. You did mention during the presentation, a motion, council had a motion, or there's some information coming back. And we've talked about different options, different communities are using for front ending, different, so remind me, what is that motion or what is coming back to council? Was that?
Yeah, we're developing a front end policy. So
Okay.
it'll help determine when the city would front end specific offsite levy projects.
Okay.
And so that is currently being developed, it's underway. We've engaged with the development community and consultation is ongoing right now.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that helps a lot. Echo Councillor Hughes's comments, just obviously we've got Northeast on the radar, but just more than that, it's pretty expensive for the city to be front ending and carrying this debt. So echo your comments about we need some help with that. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the presentation. Very well done. I would ask Councillor McKay to bring forward a motion for first reading. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. That bylaw 8/2026 being amendment 15 to the offsite levy bylaw 30/2013 be read a first time.
Thank you. We can go to vote. That vote passed unanimously. I'd ask for a motion for the second reading.
That bylaw 8/2026 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up for debate or questions and then debate. And I don't believe we're going to have any, so we can move that to a vote. Thank you. This was the easiest part of the day for sure. Come on, Ken, vote.
I did.
I did. There we go. That passed unanimously as well. I'd ask for someone to bring forward a motion for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Councillor Bermansky, thank you.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third and final reading of bylaw 8/2026.
Thank you very much. Go to vote, please. Thank you. That passed unanimously, and now we'll go to third reading.
That bylaw 8/2026 be read a third time.
Thank you. And I don't believe there's questions for admin, so or debate, so we can go to vote as well. Thanks. That passed unanimously as well. Thank you. Lastly, there is the motion for the offsite levy reserves. If I could ask a councillor to bring forward that.
Yeah, that I can continue if that's
Sure.
all right. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That $8.57 million in the offsite levy reserves held by the city be allocated and administered as indicated in the 2025 OSL annual recoveries provided as an attachment to the March 17th, 2026 agenda report entitled Bylaw 8/2026 Offsite Levy Bylaw Amendment 15 and Annual Report, which we read from cover to cover.
Thank you very much. Before I accept that motion. Is there any questions for administration? Nope. Okay, thank you. We can go to debate. And do you want to open?
Oh, no, I have no debate. I think these are, I mean, we've had a full discussion in relation to some of them and the process. And actually, I thank Neil's questions. Those are good questions in relation to how the reserve works, things like that. So.
Thank you very much. And we will go to vote. That passed unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Maybe we could just take a 10-minute break. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. Feel like we're just flying today. Can we get Abram back to start over? I missed something at the beginning. Yeah. I don't believe we have any emergent items. We can quickly just do civic and external agency updates. And I can start with Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, so the waste meeting finally met. We had our inaugural waste meeting. We have a new chair. Other than that, it was just really a kind of get to know you thing. And we have a second internal audit meeting coming up shortly. Which will be, well, it's our second meeting. It'll be our first semi-official meeting of this year to move the agenda items forward. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash.
Not a ton, just the Arts Development Advisory Committee. We had our safety orientation in case someone gets really upset about public art and storms our meeting. I know what to do. And appointed some committee members to serve on the selection committee for the Poet Laureate and the Youth Art Award. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Seniors haven't met since our last update. They do meet on Friday at 6:30, so I'll have a further report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bramansky.
With the Homeland Housing again meeting this month, it was a couple days after our last meeting when we presented. There isn't one in March due to Alberta municipalities, but we just went over different needed improvements and repairs in a number of the facilities. And then we also discussed provincial changes in earnings and such that are coming forward for affordable housing changes. So that was just an update. And then I just wanted to mention there were so many charitable events this month. So there was we had the interfaith group, we had Jesse's House, we had the African and African Descendants, and we had a function for Sasha. And those are all such great charities. And I just want to mention if anyone still hasn't donated this month, as they were all promoted, to reach out to those facilities. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We basically had the policing committee and our Dan McMurdy made an appearance and sat there. Unfortunately, we had a couple of members that couldn't make it, and then we had some technical difficulties with the one of our chair who was actually calling in from out of city and was having trouble. So, but it was. We managed to get the meeting off. Nothing really coming out of it other than a lot of discussions around representations and around of the committee at the Alberta Association of Police Governance and also the Canadian Association of Police Governance. We did get updates related to some of the ongoing activities undertaken by the province. Still a lot of not knowing what direction they're going to move as it relates to requirement for our community to construct a policing or a community safety plan. We don't know what that even looks like. So a little bit of confusion around that is also what are our responsibilities under the Police Review Commission. We used to have a public complaints monitor who worked as another source where residents could contact the policing committee if they had concerns about what was going on, with individual police officers as well as policing as a whole in the community. We were under the belief that that position was basically eliminated under the new amendments, and then we were told, no, that wasn't their intent, but we still don't know what they're going to land on. So still a great deal of kind of confusion. It was Inspector White's second meeting. He just presented some updates in relation to the policing priorities that we're going to bring forward to council at an upcoming presentation, but nothing really changing much over from the priorities that we took last year, other than maybe more of a focus as it relates to traffic and some of the traffic concerns. The Aero Utilities hasn't met. We meet on Friday. Edmonton Salutes met, and certainly there's a lot of discussion as to some of the big changes coming in relation to how the military functions, not only in our community, but also the region and the country. And a lot of the good ideas being implemented were basically off the desk of the former general in charge of the 3rd. And so they recognize that there's some good things happening, and there's a lot of amalgamations of different areas. And Edmonton is certainly going to be a big benefit of an increased size in one of those. So other than that, I think everything else has been talked about.
Thank you very much. And
Swearing in ceremony for the mayor in relation to his honorary membership to the police fraternity.
is there, and Councillor Patrick, thank you.
So our Community Services Advisory Committee, we had a good presentation today by Kelly Cartwright. So that was a good update. But at our last meeting, we did a safety training presentation with Bonnie. That was my 3rd one. I feel like I understand the safety of our building. We reviewed the community capital grant guideline changes. And then we moved in camera and they discussed the community recognition program submissions. And for the Youth Advisory Council, we had a good meeting. They're such a great group to be around. I really enjoy the meetings. We've arranged for them to meet with the city's communications team, which will be kind of neat, so they can give some of their input on what they would maybe like to see online or social media. I told them, or I asked them, didn't tell them, I asked them to think about, to have a look at our social media and think about what they feel that they could connect with. And so they're looking forward to that. We have some of our youth are going to take first aid training that don't have it already. And they reviewed their committee bylaw as well as the procedure bylaw. And there was actually a really interesting question, was that if they are, how did it go? I just got to remember. If they are on a city advisory committee, they cannot work for the city. So as a youth, if they want to work for the library as a summer job, but they also want to be on the advisory committee, they're not able to do that because of the bylaw. So that was, we had a good conversation around that, and I'm not sure where to take that next, but that was something that I kind of flagged. And yeah, that's all I have from the youth for now.
Great, thank you very much. I don't have any committee updates, so we will continue forward and go into our council motions. Starting with 13.1 CM-26008 put forward by Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I see that Anne is here. After I bring it forward, is it possible just to, I don't know if she's willing to come down or not, or if she just wants to see what's going on. It's okay.
I believe she's here. She's willing to answer questions.
Okay,
if you
awesome.
see fit.
So I have that up to 14,700 is provided to the Arts and Heritage Foundation, AHF, for portable washrooms for the 2026 season to be funded from the stabilization reserve.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for?
I have a
Councillor
question.
McKay? Yeah, sure.
To the mover.
Sure.
Is this intended to be a one-time, or are you going to go to the base budget in relation to it? Because I mean, if it's just one time, how useful is that?
Well, the intention is to do it this year and then they can add it to their budget for next year.
Okay, then can I ask? I'll have to ask. I'll have to ask a question of Arts and Heritage. Is
You
that
can do
possible?
anything you want.
Is that possible? Sorry, can you? Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Don't run!
We get paid by the hour.
I've seen somebody fall there, and it's not pretty. He turned into a counselor the next term. And just all you have to do is hit the button. Does that create an a burden on you if the expectation is that you would have to then budget for that in your next year's budget? I know we're talking $14,000, but it's sort of outside of what?
For us, if it was included in the base budget for next year.
I'm sorry, I had my mic on.
So it would be easier for us if it got passed today that it was included in our base budget for next year.
But then you would have to put that forward though.
I think we would, I'm not sure exactly how that would work. We would include it in our budget, but it wouldn't be coming forward as an addition for next year.
So
Is that
you-
correct?
Well, I mean, the expectation would be that, you would have to identify it, or unless the motion would change, that it would be $14,000 this year and then it would be included in that.
I'd have to ask somebody from city administration how that works.
I guess, can I just tell you what my intention is, that we announced it this year. Anne can bring forward whatever she feels that the organization needs in her budget next year. So there's nothing stopping her from bringing it forward this year. I think that she's just so fiscally prudent and scared that we're going to come after her on it that she didn't. And so I'm expecting the budget next time to include this funding of either the 7,000 or the 14, whatever they feel that after they had a chance to try it, to see if they think it's necessary or not. And then we'll adjust it from there. I mean, whenever they have additional requests for something else, it comes forward as well. So it would be, I guess it would be a service level change that we'd be offering washrooms.
Yeah, I don't know how to, I just don't want to, well, this is a comment, so it's not a question. So
So can I ask a question too? Yeah, okay. So, I brought this forward based on just an information request that actually was spurred on by a resident and then came forward that we were actually missing this feature. So there's two options here. And one was for 7,000 for special events only, and one was for 14. And my understanding was that you would prefer the 14. Is that correct?
Yes, initially came forward because of the request that you had for able to serve food at special events. When we started looking into it, it just made sense to actually have additional minimal bathrooms on site year round. There's a few issues. One is we only have 2 public washrooms. We have school groups. That road is quite busy at times, and so it would be a safety issue. So with those additional washrooms year round, that just solves a lot of the problems that we have as the site gets busier.
And because of just HFS requirements, you need more washrooms to be able to hold those special events. Is that what you just said?
Yes, if we want to have outside food vendors, there's some quite, there's a whole table there which tells you the sort of number of people and number of washrooms, and we're a long way off that.
Okay, so if this wasn't approved for at least the 7,000, you really would not be able to have any food-related events then?
That's correct.
Okay. I think those are all the questions that I had right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bermansky.
Thank you. And a couple more questions for Anne. I know that at some of the facilities, the outdoor pickleball, for example, and certain sites that do have these, portable washrooms, sometimes the alignment doesn't line up with when they're cleaned and when they, if there's a big event, of course, you need to stay on top of that, and other times they're not. And then, there has been some vandalism and stuff. So how are you looking after that, like the maintenance of them? Is that part of in the total, or?
Yeah, so the quotes that we got were for fully serviced washrooms.
Oh, okay. So if there's more things going on, they're still going to come out for as much as you need them. There's not just a certain date that they'll come out.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Patrick.
I just wanted, it's hard to see me when you're behind the phone. I can hardly see you. I just wanted to confirm, the bathrooms will be there, like put at the beginning of the year, they're going to stay throughout the whole year?
Yes, so what we've done in the option 1 is we've got 3 washrooms which will be there for the whole season. One of them is an accessible unit, and then we would bring additional washrooms for the 2 special events that we run.
And those will be inside the gates on the garden side, or?
Yes, it'd be on the garden side.
Okay, yeah, so then you don't have to cross the road.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions for administration, so we can move it to debate.
Okay, thank you. I think this is fairly straightforward, but it was a surprise. I know we didn't discuss it last budget, but I had a resident call and she was like, why are we not having more food events and food trucks at the Heritage grounds? And that's why I'm like, I'll ask. And that's when it came back. And one of the challenges was that there wasn't enough washrooms now because HS changed their regulations. And so they can't do them unless we actually increase the number of washrooms available for special events. And with that IR, it came back, it also stated that if we were to do it year round, it would be this much more, which is the 14,611. So I just rounded it up to 14,700 in case there's some kind of like small rounding error or something like that. I just think it'll be useful. I don't think that, just from a safety perspective, not making people have to cross the street to go over, and also making sure that they have it so they perhaps could have more events, not less. I don't want to see kids have to cross the street if they don't have to. I don't really want to have people who have mobility challenges have to venture that much further as well, just so they can use the washroom. And we really want to encourage people to use that location whenever we can. So I saw it and I thought, let's just fill in this gap. I am expecting and hoping that it works well. I don't see how it couldn't. It's a bathroom. But I'm assuming that it works well, and assuming that the feedback is good from HF, I'm expecting to see it in their budget for next year. But this is just after this year's budget, so they can adjust it accordingly. I'm not saying you have to reduce your budget from everything else to make it happen. I'm just acknowledging that this is an area that we probably should be recognizing that we need to provide a proper servicing for, to allow them to offer the most events possible for the public. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I don't believe this is going to turn into a everlasting debate, so no one else is ready to speak. We can move it to a vote. Thank you. That passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll go to 13.2, which is CM-26009 Advisory Committee Feedback Policy C-CAO-19 regarding the flag display policy and commemorative lighting, put forward by Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you. So the first thing I have to do is get us to waive notice of motion, which is that the following notice of motion be debated on March 17th, regular council meeting, and that the 20-day notice period requirement in section 119(9) of procedural bylaw be waived.
Go to a vote, please. Thank you. That passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so, and thank you for that. I was just trying to be as cognizant of the time and trying to get feedback. That the Seniors Advisory Committee and the Youth Advisory Committee, I guess, are requested feedback on the flag display and commemorative lighting policy for recommended revisions, and the feedback is brought to the May SCAL meeting to discuss this topic.
If there's any questions for administration. Councillor Mackay.
Just to the mover again, sorry to be a pest. There's no expectation that, they may come back and say, no, we want this, and this. And as long as whoever represents those committees is aware that this does not put council into it, this is just an advisory kind of a committee and you're just seeking their input. I think everybody's fine with that. I think that was your intent, right? Just to get that input.
Yep, the intent is just similar, like what we ask the environmental committee for their feedback. We ask other committees for their feedback. This is just asking them for their feedback, but we're not bound to anything.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick.
I was just wondering, do we have specifics on what sort of feedback we're wanting back? Or you just want have a look at this and we just want feedback? Let us know what you think. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions, so we can go to debate.
Sure. So the reason I'm bringing this forward is, first of all, we have to have council direct them to get, both committees to get feedback on them. I know that both committees are eager to actually provide feedback on things that are happening in the community. This is, I feel like, an easy one to actually ask them for feedback. And I think I'd be curious to see if they think we missed something or anything like that. It's just another set of eyes to look at it. We're not bound to anything that they say. This is just really, just like we show it to the environmental committees, we show it to anything else that's related to arts committee, if it's related to arts, just asking these two that they're just public groups, how they feel about it in general, and they'll give us the feedback. It could be in any way, shape, or form. It could be written, it could be verbal from administration, just letting us know how they think about it. A part of our responsibility at both of these groups is to assign a couple of items every year to get feedback. So this is us meeting our expectation in this relationship with these organizations, these committees, to let them give us something to say about what they think of this. And also the flag display policy for the people that are new. This seems simple. It came forward and it had a lot of discussion around it. So I would love to make sure that we get it as thoroughly done as possible so that we don't revisit every 6 months. That's it.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Amanda, did is this new or I don't know if I knocked this off by accident?
No, you didn't knock it off, but I actually do have just one more question
Good.
anyway. Do we have a date for feedback or did?
It's at the next meeting that they meet at is
Okay.
the intention, and that's why we did waive of notice and motion, was specifically so that we could get it on the agenda for both of them for the April, because it's coming before SCOW in May. We're getting the feedback for the flag policy in the SCOW meeting in May. So
Okay.
this, they will give it to them the next meeting they meet.
Before then. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Great, thank you very much. We can go to vote now, please. There you go. That passed unanimously. Okay, trucking along. We have some IRs, I believe, that need to be read in. You got one? Okay, we can start with Councillor Cortash.
Sure, yeah, I just sent it earlier today, but a little lengthy. I'll just say that looking to hopefully inform a motion at some future date, but it's that admin please provide an update on what information is available and what efforts have been taken with respect to downtown beautification that may inform a future council motion or preparation of a capital charter. So just looking for any information with respect to the status of the current kind of planter program downtown and the dead tree spots, estimates that have been prepared for repairing the tree wells or fixing those, status, opportunities, costs associated with potential expansion of the current flower program to additional locations downtown, the uptake and effectiveness of the storefront improvement program, and any other initiatives that have been proposed or considered that could enhance the Botanic Arts brand in our downtown. So just for council's benefit, the context, I just had a lot of questions during the campaign about like how come our downtown doesn't represent our Botanic Arts brand. And before I bring forward a motion or capital charter, I just would like to have some background information on what's been explored, what's been prepared in the past, so that can inform that decision.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, did you have an IR to read?
I have a notice of motion.
Oh, okay. Are there any other IRs? Is that it? No.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's the
That's it.
notice of
Sorry,
motion.
just the notice of motion from Councillor Clark, yeah.
Okay, we'll go to the notice motions. You can open it, Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. That administration prepare amendments to the community standards bylaw for council's consideration on or before October 20th, 2026 regarding the following: requiring residents to clear sidewalks of snow and ice within 48 hours of a snow event or ice formation, or apply traction material when ice removal is not possible. Adding clarification regarding what snow and ice accumulation means, and clarifying the conditions under which snow may be removed from sidewalks and placed onto adjacent roadways. Thank you.
Can we ask questions about that or?
So the proper time to ask questions about that is when it comes with the administrative backgrounder.
Okay,
For debate on whatever date it ends up coming back at.
okay. And I think that's it. Any other major announcements? Nothing. Okay, we are gonna go in camera. I would ask for a motion to move us in camera for 15.1, which is our CAO performance evaluation. Thank you, Councilor Burban.
That council move in camera to discuss matter pursuant to section 22 confidential evaluations and S29(1)A advice, proposals, recommendations, analysis, or policy options developed by or for council of the Access of Information Act. That's it.
Thank you. We can go to vote, please. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. I don't anticipate coming back out after, just as a heads up. Yeah.